all.
On behalf of our Director Principal, Dr. Amrita Vora, and the leadership team of ELPRO International School, we have the honor of welcoming our distinguished speakers, esteemed guests, and parents to the 5th edition of TEDx at ELPRO International School. I'm Rohan Chatana.
And I'm Sohani Khandelwal, and we will be your hosts for the day. It is our privilege to be hosting this event with such eminent personalities in our midst.
TEDx is not just an event, it is a movement that amplifies voices, challenges perspectives, and ignites curiosity. It is a stage where ideas take flight, where innovation meets inspiration, and where the power of words creates ripples of change.
Absolutely. TEDx is all about ideas worth spreading. And today we bring you a lineup of remarkable speakers who will challenge the way we think, inspire us to push our boundaries, and most importantly, spark conversations that matter.
Most of us have probably heard about TED, which is a global platform where brilliant ideas are shared in short yet inspirational and powerful talks. TED stands for Technology, Entertainment, and Design, but over the years it has grown to embrace every imaginable subject. The mission of TED is simple yet profound to spread ideas worth sharing. As of now, TEDx events have been hosted in over 170 countries, bringing the spirit of TED to almost every corner of the globe.
TEDxELPRO International School is our very own independently organized event where big ideas come to life. We've got an incredible lineup of talks that cover everything from mind blowing tech and deep philosophical questions to creative arts, cultural stories, and even unique historical takes. After an extremely competitive and meticulous selection process, 12 were chosen to share their unique ideas and experiences. This isn't just another school event, it's a chance for all of us to think differently, get inspired, and spark some amazing and memorable conversations.
Our theme this year is Transformation Reimagined, which is all about looking at change in new and unexpected ways. Transformation is all around us, even in the fiery core of the earth. Picture the molten lava present in it, with a temperature of 1200 degrees Celsius. It is unpredictable and constantly in motion. Over time, this chaotic force cools and solidifies into rock, forming the very foundation of our landscapes. This process is a perfect example of transformation reimagined. Something wild and untamed evolves into strength and stability, shaping the world as we know it. Like lava, our ideas, experiences, and even challenges have the potential to transform into something powerful and enduring. With our theme, Transformation Reimagined, we invite you to explore how change, in all its forms, can create incredible possibilities for growth and innovation.
Before we begin, we want to reiterate a few important notes about today's event. This event is being recorded for the official website and is being streamed live on ELPRO International School's YouTube channel with the potential to reach a much wider audience. This is why it is imperative that you remain seated until dismissed for breaks.
Make sure to turn off all cell phones so as to not interrupt the program or the recording. We request you not to move out of the auditorium while the talks are being delivered. It is imperative for us to maintain silence in the auditorium. It is a sincere request to not take photographs with a flash, as it may distract the speaker. If you must leave the auditorium during breaks, please make sure to have your guest ID cards with you, as these will need to be shown upon re entry. Kindly submit your guest ID cards at the registration desk outside when you are finally exiting the event. We also encourage you to post about the event on social media during the breaks.
Without further ado, let's commence the event with the auspicious lighting of the lamp. Light is symbolic of abundance, of knowledge, of hope in the darkest of times, and of spreading divine energy in the surrounding. I now request our Director Principal, Dr. Amrita Vora, accompanied by Dr. Pallavi Mukherjee, and our youngest student speakers, Chaitanya Kashyap, Devansh Deshpande, and Ruhi Arora. आदिपूज्यं गणाध्यक्षम् उमापुत्रं विनायकम् मङ्गलं परमं रूपं श्रीगणेशं नमाम्यहम् श्रीगणेशं नमाम्यहम् ॐ
Thank you so much. Now, we would like to hand over the further proceedings to Shreya and Atreya.
Thank you, Rohan. Now, prepare to be amazed by our talented students who have spent hours perfecting their rendition of a fusion dance performance. Let us welcome them with a huge round of applause.
राघवं रणधीरं राजसुम् रुद्रधनुः समसमान स्वधनुष्टङ्कार भयभ्रामचार्यवं राघवं रणधीरं राजसम् राघवं रणधीरं राजसम्
Wow, what an incredible performance. Let's give another big round of applause to our amazing dancers. for that marvelous display. Art, like education, is a powerful tool for expression, transformation, and innovation. And speaking of transformation, we now shift our focus to a thought provoking discussion on reimagining education for the future.
It's time to talk about our topic for today, making K-12 education more relevant to emerging times and careers. Education is the pillar of today's society. It is imperative that our young students develop with bright minds for a great future ahead. It's now time to introduce our distinguished panelists who will share their insights on making K-12 education more relevant to emerging times and careers. It is my absolute honor to introduce them. First up, we have Mr. Sirish Sebastian, who is an international educator, wellness coach, and transformational speaker with over 3 decades of global experience. A mechanical engineer by qualification, he has traveled extensively, gaining deep insights into personal growth and leadership. He has represented Goa, Gujarat, Maharashtra at the National Consultative Body for the Youth Commission and served as president of the Rotary Club of Pradikaran, Pune. A sought-after corporate trainer and life coach, he specializes in team building, public speaking, and mental health. Author of Ayur Jyoti, the world's first Ayurveda book in Braille, he passionately inspires individuals to be the change.
Please welcome him with a huge round of applause. We now welcome Mr. Mikin Lala, co-founder of LogicKids, an innovative educational platform aimed at enhancing logical reasoning and critical thinking skills in children aged 5 to 14. An alumnus of IIT Roorkee and IIM Calcutta, he brings over 9 years of investment banking experience from Bank of America Merrill Lynch to his role. At LogicKids, he has spearheaded the development of specialized curricula and assessment tools to foster brain development, mental aptitude, problem solving, and creativity in young learners. A passionate advocate for early critical thinking development, Mr. Lala also contributes to educational blogs and platforms, sharing insights on preparing children for future challenges. Please welcome him with a huge round of applause.
Following him, we welcome Mr. Satish Kanjeti, an accomplished HR professional with over 21 years of experience, specializing in people management, organizational development, and leadership. Currently serving as Global Manager of Human Resources at Tech Mahindra Limited, he oversees critical global functions such as performance management and HR automation across 30 plus countries. Beyond his corporate role, he is the director of the Pula Cares Foundation, driving initiatives focused on environmental sustainability and promoting a cleaner, healthier planet. His work is guided by a vision to harmonize human advancement with ecological preservation. The foundation also aids underfunded NGOs by providing operational support and resources to enhance their impact. Please give him a warm welcome to the stage.
I now invite Ms. Teshi Sharma, a politics, philosophy, and economics major with a minor in international relations at Ashoka University. Her academic focus includes gender studies, conflict analysis, and governance, further enriched by her coursework on European politics and economy during a summer semester at Utrecht University. Ms. Teshi complements her studies with active leadership roles, serving as co-president of the Ashoka Society for International Affairs, and recently concluded her role as the Chief Election Officer and the co-president of the War Studies Society. Looking ahead, Ms. Teshi is committed to exploring global governance and policy analysis with a special emphasis on gender in conflict. Please welcome her with a huge round of applause.
ELPRO International School is proud to have Dr. Amrita Vohra as a vital link connecting students, faculty, and management. Her warmth and dedication are felt throughout the school community. Dr. Vohra brings a wealth of experience to her role, with a PhD in education psychology, a master's in education and botany, and over 3 decades of experience. She has a proven track record of creating healthy teaching learning environments across the country. Dr. Vohra is a lifelong learner who continuously expands her knowledge through ongoing professional development programs. Prepare to be inspired as we welcome Dr. Amrita Vohra to the stage. And finally, we are honored to welcome on stage Mr. Anansh Prasad, our moderator for this discussion. Mr. Anansh is a gold medalist, chemical engineer from Mumbai University and a Cornell University alumnus. He's the founder and managing director of SkillSphere Education. Along with that, he's a TEDx speaker, quiz master, and author. He has also co-founded Edcursions, curating Ivy League summer programs. Passionate about education, he continues to innovate in skill development and global awareness. May we please give him a huge round of applause and welcome him to the stage.
A very, very good morning to all of you. This is as August a gathering as it gets. We are now into the 5th edition of TEDx at ELPRO International School, and we're very, very happy to be pushing the envelope every year with newer ideas that are worth spreading and newer ideas that are worth initiating. And one of the ideas that we have decided to initiate this year at ELPRO International School is this panel discussion, which is an opportunity to explore a very, very transformational question in the current scheme of things. The theme for TEDx this year is Transformation Reimagined. And honestly, this is a very, very deep theme. When you come to look at it, it's very easy and very difficult to interpret it in so many different ways. And one of the areas where it is very important to really interpret this is in the context of K-12 education. When we talk about this era of AI, when we talk about this entire era of emerging careers, when we are talking about jobs that are going redundant, when you're talking about jobs that are coming up, the epicenter of the development for the next generation is in K-12 education, and then you can probably translate it to college education as well. When we talk about the topic for today, making K-12 education more relevant to emerging times and careers, I'll be honest in stating that this discussion has taken place dime a dozen times over the past 3 years. Being in the field of education, I've seen it across multiple forums. But this is one of the first times probably where we have tried to have stakeholders from multiple sections of this entire supply chain of skilling, of employment, and of education. So I'm very happy. Thank you so much everybody who's joined us today. And we're going to have a transformational discussion with unfiltered opinions on this specific topic so that our gathering here, as well as everybody who is joining us on the live stream, gets a clear take on where we are going with K-12 education and what is needed to be done in the long term as well. Alright? It was actually a very interesting image that was a part of the transformation reimagined slide that we saw just before this, where we had a piece of paper crumbled and then it was opening up a paper boat and then somebody flying all the way. I was actually thinking while I was sitting there, which part of that particular illustration does K-12 education lie on today, and how are we going to get it to the dream destination, which is like very limited. So without much further ado, I'm going to start off, and I'm sure on this particular topic. I would like to start off by speaking with Shirish. Shirish, while the role of schools has been discussed extensively in the context of K-12 education, schools are criticized, schools are also applauded. I wouldn't say they are only criticized, but they are heavily criticized, especially by parents, quite honestly. I believe that the role of parents has often been overlooked when we are talking about transformational K-12 education. Considering they are pivotal stakeholders in potentially facilitating parent thought processes need to evolve, and methods of bringing also need to start evolving. And what do you see the current state of parents in this regard?
Thank you so much, Anansh. And I'm happy that this panel discussion has considered getting a parent on board or somebody who speaks about parenting in the ecosystem called schools. Because the stakeholders in the school, the principal, okay, and the speed of the engine determines the speed of the train. The principal goes through a series of different portfolios that he or she handles, and then comes up to become a principal. Teachers, years of experience, years of training, that makes them teachers. Students, right from lower KG onwards, they are trained. Now comes the fourth element called parents. I mean, none of us have gone through a formal training to become a parent. None of us got a certificate to become a good parent, and then we had children. So we are all default parents because ye to ho gaye. And now, in a panel we are asked what is the opinion of the parents. We are struggling at every point of the way. And from the school of experience that I come from, Anush, by the time we realize that everything my parents said was right, we already have children who think we are wrong. So there is an increased responsibility on parents to push themselves, to nudge themselves, to evolve and to educate ourselves as parents, to understand our role and responsibilities. So I guess forums like this can play a very important role in bringing parents to realize the change in dynamics. Because all of us have grown through community living, where the whole village was considered to be one. And in those days, people said that it takes a village to raise a child. And now it is more of a nuclear family, where the village has gotten smaller. So here the ecosystem has shrunk. And then for parents to realize where do they step in, and with emerging technology, when Anansh reminded us that there was the background here with the crumble and then the bird flying, I was able to resonate that as a parent. Usually we see that picture with children in mind, that they are given to us like a raw form and then they evolve. As a panelist can
expectations, there's often a huge mismatch, which I believe, quite honestly, you all spend a lot of time trying to plug. So there's a huge gap that does exist between expectations, which are now further evolving. So, what do you believe as a corporate professional, a very senior corporate professional from Tech Mahindra? There are so many gaps in this ecosystem. Can you shed firstly some light on some of these gaps, and what do you believe schools can do to make students more career ready in this era of AI, in this era of emerging careers? What can we do now?
Hello. Hello. Great. So, I think to start on the lighter note of the topic that you mentioned, we are like disliked. We usually liked at the end of the month, around the 29th, because 30th is when we credit salaries. But rest of the time, I think it's a struggle. Talking about this topic, I think, in my last 20 years, we've been struggling with this, okay? And it's a ever-evolving world, and, our demands never end. So the gap, we really think it's a huge gap. Today, we invest a lot. When we say we, not only my organizations, but the large corporates, they invest a lot to build this gap. So the gap is not only technical, okay? The gap is soft skills, creative thinking, innovation. We're also talking about, having an enterprising mindset. So as organizations, we really growing at a great pace. Competitive world, we want to grow, but when we get people, we are getting people only with bookish knowledge. And we expecting them to start performing, start being productive in a week's time, 2 weeks' time when they come. And I think that's a big gap. They have no idea what we are asking for. We clearly don't want to refer to the books that they studied, and I think that's a game. So for us, the first 3 to 6 months, we invest a lot in building capability of the individuals to match to what we want. So, and I think it's a long journey. It's a very long journey where we'll really get professionals or kids who are absolutely ready to take up the role, right? Because the education system promotes something that really is, probably evidenced by historic practices, and, this is what has worked. But now I think it's time where we really need to evolve, and we constantly push colleges. We've not reached the schools yet, but we hire from colleges, right? So we push colleges to bring in more practical experience. We ask them to be a part of various activities that they do related to what's going to really happen to them, right? Now, talking about schools, I think the world has really moved on, and today I have a 15-year-old daughter, and I really see how different the education system is. When we talk about our education and their education, it's an evolving area, but there are a lot of initiatives that a lot of institutes are taking today. For example, TEDx, right? I think this is a great initiative, and I really appreciate that schools are doing different activities where they're giving students beyond the books. And that's very, very critical, right? People are not trained on soft skills. People are not trained on coming up and speaking. People are not trained on being able to interpret a problem or think in a different direction beyond what they've been asked to study. But today, I think a lot of schools are doing this, but it's a big gap, especially when it comes to technical. And I think one of the biggest thing that I see a gap also is a lot of schools, by using tablets, iPads, or laptops in their school environment, they think we are really technical or we are to the game, right? But I think that's not the reality. The practical application, what really happens when they're given a problem, how do you solve? I think these are big gaps. Long journey. I think it will be a great place to be even if we reach even in a decade where we are expecting us to be. Okay.
Thank you so much, Satish. That is a very measured answer. A lot of perspective on what you do expect. And, what I gathered from what you stated is that schools do believe they're trying their best. But a lot of schools are actually not using the mode that would actually empower students to genuinely become what is expected at that level. So definitely from what I understand, schools need to go into more foundational skills rather than foundational technologies to make individuals tech ready as well as ready on different paradigms over and above that. Mikin, I'd love you to shed more light now on this because honestly, you've made a career and you do a brilliant job with Logic Kids working on making kids better problem solvers, better creative thinkers, and there are so many efforts. There's a great event that's going on outside of the TEDx room today that Logic Kids is powering for this particular event too. I'd really like to know, Mikin, how do you believe these skills can be taken beyond classrooms? You know, we keep talking about it within classrooms. It's nice to say that we, need to promote critical thinking. We need to promote problem solving. There's only so much that can be done within an existing curriculum. So you have to go beyond the classroom with academics and even beyond academics. So what do you think can be done so that, children learn how to apply these skills in, real life environments so that, they equip themselves for future jobs? Because critical thinking, I don't think anybody would disagree, is an indispensable skill today.
Sure, thanks. Anu. So I think the straight answer would be remove all the textbooks. I think we need to get kids to move beyond the questions, right, which are there at the textbook. So I see this as two parts to it. First and foremost is critical thinking is not something which you can teach. It's a mindset. You need to change the mindset in the kids. And that needs to start in the classroom, at the home, everywhere. Right? So I think as the education system in India, we lay a lot of emphasis on marks. We want these kids to become scientists, to question what is currently the case, but we don't let them do anything beyond what the textbook says. So I think first and foremost is, can we just move beyond the textbooks and let these kids, question stuff, think beyond what is there. I think every chapter when it gets over should have a session on discussion, open discussion, where kids can ask anything, teachers can ask anything, develop that habit to let them ask. Right? I mean, why does it happen that when you go to a grade 1 classroom, kids are full of questions which they want to ask? You go to a grade 10, even when you tell them, please ask a question, they would not. Right? So somewhere we kill that. So I think that first is a mindset change. Once you have achieved that mindset change, there are a lot of things which you can do outside the classroom to develop that. As Sati said, I think one of the most important skills is problem solving. Identifying what the problem is, figuring out what are the solutions, thinking out of the box. There are a lot of avenues inside a school, at home, where parents and teachers can expose kids to such stuff, right? A simple thing like, okay, I want to, run something in my social media channel. Can I just run a competition between kids, let them think how they would come up with different ideas, what they want to promote on social media for my school, right? I want to, I would just want to let couple of kids intern and man the front office for a couple of days. See what kind of problems they face. Can they come up with solutions beyond that, right? Budgeting, you want to go for a trip, let the kids handle the entire stuff, right from itinerary, budgeting, everything. Same with parents as well, right? I mean, at her home, whenever we plan a trip, it's not me or my wife who leads that, it's my son who leads that. Let him do that research, let him figure out this is what we gave him the boundary conditions and he needs to figure out things around that. So I feel there are a lot of these things where you can expose kids to, and if you can achieve both a mindset change and a gradual exposure to things which require them to think out of the box, where there is no set formula which you can apply, I think that will gradually lead to the kind of development which we all want.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Mikin, for sharing that view. So what Mikin is really saying is that we need to get out of this algorithmic thought process that all of us are so used to when it comes to K-12 education. Assessment and marks seem to be a very, very important area of consideration for all of us. But some of these skills, like Mikin was mentioning, can only be developed through real-life application where let the children run a school for a day or let them do certain aspects of maybe trip development or trip planning. Because at the end of the day, most of these skills, like critical thinking, and I'm sure you'll agree with me, can't really be assessed. They can be observed. And it's very important to give children that opportunity to observe those skills. Let's move this discussion into a slightly different area. Let's bring Teshi into the discussion now. Teshi, very proud, noted, decorated alumni of ELPRO International School, now a proud student of Ashoka University, you've done a lot of positive things in a school that's allowed you to go beyond learning and development in classrooms in more ways than one. You've probably exploited every opportunity that did exist at the time, and there were a lot at Elpro. I'd really like to ask you, this whole narrative of the future of K-12 education, the future of jobs, are you all future ready? As college students, I'm sure, this gets to you. Yeah, I'm sure this gets to you. Do you really believe that this narrative is true? And how do you believe that you all need to adapt so that Satish hires you tomorrow?
Frankly, understood. I think it's scary. It's just scary being part of an environment where continuously you're told that there is a future you have to look forward to and there's a past that you have to forget. And that's all you hear whenever you talk to someone. You're told that, okay, this is the future, we have to fix it, you have to fix it, but also remember that there are people who are fixing it for you. So I've been blessed to be part of a school that allowed me to do a lot of things, that allowed me to explore what I was capable of and find my interest in what I wanted to do. And then similarly at a college level, I was able to take that forward. But I think there are two problems with this narrative that we're building. And the first one is that there's an underlying assumption that skills like this, they're extracurricular. We build them through extracurricular activities. And as soon as you bring in that aspect of it being extra, it means it's outside of school. And a lot of our students, and as well, as you start asking questions about anything and everything under the sun, you're already changing the narrative of critical thinking or communication being an extracurricular activity. And
your topic is, what your course of learning is. That's a very old method. That's something that has been followed since the time of Socrates. And now being employed at certain universities, certain schools. Once it is applied to everywhere, you already see a change in what the classroom settings are supposed to be. And then maybe students like me, my peers, we would be ready for what the world is supposed to change to and what the world demands of us.
Thank you so much. One key takeaway from whatever you mentioned, Peshi, is to stop calling some of these skills extracurricular skills and probably consider them foundational skills, because the truth of the matter is that even though you can't put a 10 on 10 on critical thinking, it is probably 100 on 10 when you look at the requirement that the jobs of tomorrow have. So thank you so much for that view. In fact, talking about the Socratic method of discussion, it's such a powerful method of getting learners to realize what they really need or what they want to say. I was just joking with Udit sir over dinner yesterday. He's a brilliant person when it comes to the Socratic method of questioning and getting things through, and it's something that's very powerful for all students, to have and possess. Dr. Amrita, coming to you, ma'am. You are a seasoned educator. You've seen generations and trends in education over the past 25, 30 years, and there have been many different phases. AI is one in many phases that you have seen. And definitely education needs to adapt to this current environment, which is definitely very taxing for all stakeholders.
I would like to ask you that, firstly, do you believe K-12 education is lagging behind in this era of AI and emerging careers? And if yes, then what are three major reforms that need to be implemented and which ELPRO is planning to implement or is probably already implemented?
Thank you, Anish, for the question. This entire discussion that is happening today is against the backdrop that yes, we don't know what awaits us. I'm talking from the point of view of students by way of career choices and the landscape that's emerging, like for a future engagement. So if there is a big question mark, and as she said that I am okay, because what is waiting for me there, lurking there. I'll just give you one example. That somebody tells you that you have to perform as a singer 2 months from now. We don't know what you're going to sing. It could be opera, it could be Hindustani classical, it could be Carnatic, but you have to sing and start preparing for it. But we do not know what you're going to sing. So what are you going to do? Sit down and think that, okay, let me wait for the cue and then I start preparing? Or, okay, any inputs? What are we likely to do, Teji? So what we could do is probably start our voice training, like our exercises, breathing, make ourselves ready for singing. And then whatever comes our way, we pick up the cue and we take on, the exercise. So this is exactly what is needed of grade 11th and 12th when we are just getting ready for the college. No, right now at a very foundational level. Probably primary. Start with the Cubato board for coding. It could be Scratch for the primary students. But we have to sensitize them at a very, very early age so that they understand the consideration, the ethical considerations, very, very important. What is AI? How we can apply it. After that, then graduate to the middle school and the senior school and high school care. So that's one. Introducing AI literacy, focusing on the skills, the 21st century skills. We've all got, of course, talking about those skills, critical thinking, collaboration, communication, XYZ, the list goes long. We have to start focusing on them, not by way of these events and platforms only, but integrating them into our day-to-day lesson plan. That has to be the way forward while the teaching learning is happening. It cannot be one off. Okay, we do MUN and therefore now problem solving. We host TED talks and therefore now we are thinking out of the box and honing our communication skills. No, it has to be a part and parcel of everyday teaching and learning. And thirdly, I would say a lot of focus on a career guidance cell in the school. And I'm not talking about formal career counseling that, okay, XYZ careers exist for you. Just making students aware of the evolving landscape all the time so that they know what is happening outside. And from that point of view, then go to, okay, these subjects, these options, whatever other prospects they would like to consider. So these three definitely I feel should be a focus. And of course, we can have a longish discussion later on this. Yeah,
of course, there are always expectations from schools. I do believe that there are very, very great expectations in the words of Charles Dickens. But looking at three of these, I do believe that there are very fundamental. Getting out of this whole examination, this outcome-based paradigm that we are so stuck in, would probably be one of the most important things. And once again, you can expect it from a school. But I think every stakeholder in this system needs to be a part of it, whether it is, parents who stop focusing on outcomes to judge the status of their students in the school environment, or HR professionals who look at, the 95 percenters being the supposed best in certain jobs, I think it requires work from all across the ecosystem, and it is not a very easy question to answer, because when there is something that cannot be assessed, it is very difficult to figure out what you want. But thank you so much, Dr. Amrita, for that take. We're now going to go on to the second round of questioning, which is going to be a briefer round of questioning. More pointed answers, I would request everybody to give us in the interest of time as well. Teshi, I'd like to ask you, we were talking about HR professionals, we were talking about corporate professionals, we were talking about industries who come in to seek placements in different colleges. Often a lot of them complain. I have a lot of friends as well who often say that, I don't see what the college system is doing. And they're probably true as well. My question is, if you were to ask Satish and other HR professionals and corporate professionals to provide you with a certain set of skills that would empower you not only to get a job, but to do well in a job, from whatever you have seen and from whatever you understand and from whatever you're not getting in your college education, what would you ask of them?
I think that's very interesting because, frankly, again, I also don't know what our college system is doing. I sometimes, at a lot of times, you don't know what is happening, and I think this was pointed out to me and my batch that we're the babies of AI and the world of ChatGPT and the world of all of the AI-based platforms we have. So we left school with a very primitive sort of understanding, and as soon as we entered college, we were given these products of ChatGPT and Claude and etc. So when we entered college with that, we saw that now you just use it to your advantage or you use it to your disadvantage, which for, in all honesty, for a lot of us has been very detrimental because we're also grown this overgrown tendency to just use it for everything. So even if I have to talk to someone or talk to my potential market for jobs, I would first ask AI, knowing that I'm also very capable of just answering that question. So I think the question that I and a lot of my peers would ask then is, what do we do in a world where we can be dependent on AI? What do we do in a world where you cannot mark our skills, but you can also don't know how to prove these intangible things? So that's the question.
Thank you so much. So, Satish, I think logically I should move to you next and ask you what are corporates doing to answer these kinds of questions that students have. Of course, there are, certain trainings and orientations for GDPIs and a bunch of other processes that do exist. But do you believe corporates need to step into this ecosystem a little earlier than when they really require these people from the ecosystem to be joining them? And what do you believe can be done?
Right. I'm going to answer this in 2-3 different points, right? The first thing is what's expected can never be met, right? Very clearly. So what I really want to tell schools and colleges is to inculcate the habit of constant learning, right? I could learn 10 programs before I get into my job other than my college. But as soon as you get into a organization, they're looking for a 11th skill, right? So there's a constant journey that everybody needs to go through, whether it is tech or whether it is education, anything actually, right? You always need to be updated, and we are seeing that the world is evolving. So anyone who is really upskilling themselves constantly is the one who's really successful today, right? And we have classic examples of big organizations really shutting down their shops because they are not upskilling themselves or going with time, right? So that's one, that's applicable to all individuals. Second, in terms of corporates, I think, especially the large corporates, right? For example, Tech Mahindra, TCS, IBM, Google, Microsoft, all of these organizations have a lot of programs where we are already investing in supporting educational institutions globally, trying to tell them that what is the real expectation that we have. What kind of future ready resources are we looking at, right? And this is part of our budgeting exercise as well, where we really want to go to universities and colleges and tell them that, we will invest, we will train your people. Our existing professionals will come to your college, teach you guys and what's really required or how your life is going to be when you join a job, kind of a thing.
And I think it's at a very initial stage. Only big corporates are doing today because they certainly have certain budgets to invest in these kind of areas. But this needs to become a culture. This needs to become much stronger. The colleges, institutions need to really encourage these kind of things. It's a two-way model, right? Today, for example, an ELPRO school or any particular college needs to start talking to corporates, saying that what is it that you really want is. How can you also have to, provoke their thinking that, oh, I can go to an institute and tell them what I want, rather than just I go in the final year and start hiring people, right? And as I said, the marks, right? So I think even when Mikin was mentioning about the old method of evaluating our child's capability, I think that really needs to change. Today I need a college seat, I look at marks. Today I need a job, I look at marks. So the world is really behind that, right? So it's the entire ecosystem that really needs to change, and also, identify methods which evaluate that this individual's potential is beyond books. Identify other capabilities, all right? We do things like assessment centers, we do internal, external assessment centers for our employees. That can come into the education line as well. So I think there's a lot that can be done.
Thank you so much, Satish. Thank you for that honest take. In fact, adding to what you're mentioning, in my opinion, even going beyond marks, I think a new area of development or the new thing among students and parents as well is this whole concept of profile enhancement and profile building, which has become a field. And this whole concept of profile enhancement, in my opinion, is laughable, because you have, marks used to be one thing that you were working towards, 100 or 100. Now you have a bunch of vendors who are giving you the opportunity to enhance your profile in different fields through certain competitions that are often paid, or otherwise where children are not putting an effort. And I do see a lot of college students literally stuffing their CVs up without really putting in the effort to develop the skills that would make them sustainable learners in those areas. So I think this also extends to that area of development, even beyond marks.
So, we get amazed when we see freshers' resume of 4 pages, right? After 20 years, we struggle to build a 4-pager resume, and then, there's so much to read. Okay, I'm going to hire a fresher now. Okay. So, I think it's a...
Yeah, actually, that's I'm so glad you said that, Satish. I hope everybody, makes note of this, because the fact is, I'm sure that, freshers are not perfect. A fresher is a fresher because he or she is supposed to be one. Thank you so much for that, Amrita ma'am, I'd like to move the entire area of questioning to you. So we have talked about what a student expects from corporates and HR professionals, what the HR professionals feel they are doing or can be done. I'd like to ask you, ma'am, that as a very senior school leader and seeing schools all across the ecosystem in the country, do you really believe that schools are making an effort to understand the jobs of the future, the impact that AI is having on education? For example, do you believe that schools are really making the effort to understand what the role of a data scientist will be, or the role of a renewable energy engineer will be? And are they trying to map their curriculum and lesson planning accordingly, at least to some extent, to make their students more future ready?
I feel a few strides they are taking in that direction, a few strides, but the approach is very, very superficial. So when we talk about kind of, data analysis or, today climate engineer or scientist, we just think of STEM and, oh, I run STEM classes in the school, I'm done. AR, VR lab we have, so technology, we are there. The entire approach, I feel, is a little fractured, and that's why earlier, during a discussion, I proposed that taking, the real life context as the central focus of everything that we do. I think once we contextualize our teaching learning, we equip our learners better. Now, use AI, use digital literacy, bring in the latest technology. All those elements are just kind of ingredients that enhance the flavor of the dish. Very, very, very important, they're just enhancing, but it is not like in silos they can actually give you a checklist that yes, I've done everything that I have to do. So understanding the essence of why we are doing what we are doing is very, very important. Schools should take a 360-degree look at how, in a very systemic manner, they approach this entire problem.
that the landscape is changing. We do not know what is waiting for us. We have to upskill ourselves, as you said. We have to take a relook at how we are going about teaching and learning. So why can't we give platforms which actually drive students into a self-learning mode, for example? Make them the owners of their own learning. I'm a strong believer of study skills and like learning to learn kind of an approach where we equip them to become self-driven learners. So schools have to understand that the approach has to be systemic. It has to be taking into account the 360-degree viewpoint of the repercussions of whatever we are doing, and make sure that we give a very holistic experience to the child, and the toolkit that we give to the child should help the child to navigate through all the ups and downs of career, life, and generally, like the journey.
Thank you so much, ma'am. So I truly agree with you when you say that learning needs to be more objective driven rather than outcome driven. There are some brilliant concepts that do exist in certain boards. For example, IB has this concept called the theory of knowledge, or learning how to learn, for example, is something that we keep talking about in the CBSE and ICSE concepts today. And I'm so glad that you shed light on it, and probably understanding, learning how to learn, because then you don't need to necessarily know about every single future career, so long as you're equipping them with the process of navigating through this entire maze, which seems to keep growing and evolving. So thank you so much for that point, and I do know the efforts that the school is also putting into achieving this particular objective. Mikin, talking about all of these different higher order thinking skills, navigation, theory of knowledge, etc. Coming from the education fraternity, being somebody who's been around for so long, I'm sure you'd agree with me when I say that education goes through these phases, where there are certain words that become the new thing. Okay? When I was in school, this word holistic education used to exist, and I'm very honest in stating very few schools understood the concept of holistic because it's such a broad term. Then we went through this phase of digital literacy.
We came to even financial literacy. Then there was this Gardner's theory of multiple intelligences, which used to be stuck up on the boards of a lot of different schools. And now the new word is critical thinking, AI and critical thinking. I do believe, quite honestly, through my experiences across schools in India, that the concept of critical thinking is quite misunderstood. It is a good word to have in your jargon, but it is misunderstood. How do you believe there can be a better understanding of critical thinking or any of these higher order thinking skills for educators, for parents, for students, and how do you believe it can be made a more natural part of classrooms and learning in K-12 education?
I think I'm going to answer this in parts. It won't be a very short answer. I think the first and foremost is, yes, I think parents particularly needs to be really educated about what really needs to be done, how education needs to change, because I think, as I said, it's a system issue. It's an ecosystem issue where even if one part of the ecosystem is trying to change something, there's another part of the ecosystem which would resist it. So I think educating them is more about, frequent communication from the school to the parent and some approaches which you have done. How you bring about that change is, I think, a bigger challenge, and I feel the entire system needs an overhaul. I would start with the first thing, there is a huge disconnect between what we think should be the goal of education versus how we assess whether education is successful or not. Again, coming with the same point, marks, I think, matter a lot. And in that race, we do two things. First, we bring about a fear of failure in the child, how can you learn if you are afraid of failure, right? I think each one of us in this room have probably learned more from our failures than what we have learned through successes, right? So you really need to take that out of the child, that okay, it's good to fail, and probably sometimes, continuous communication to them in the form of, telling them about how others, have achieved success through failures, or continue to tell them that how do you analyze failure is important. So that's the first, I would say, change. Second thing is, again, because it's a systematic issue, it's not easy to bring about that change. But primary school is where it can start, because you have less interference from, let's say, the board or the other regulators, where you have more liberty to do things. Also, I feel In our country, particularly, primary education is ignored largely. In fact, primary education is where you lay down the foundation of a critical thinker. You can't expect a child to go to grade 10 and see, oh, suddenly now I've become a critical thinker. It doesn't happen like that, right? Whether you give him a theory of knowledge or whatever, unless the child is really equipped, if he has that hunger to know more, he can't do that. Third is AI, coming back to that AI, right? I mean, we go to a lot of conferences, we keep hearing about people talking about artificial intelligence. Artificial intelligence starts with data. How many of us mine that data and use it effectively? It's an age where you need to personalize learning. I mean, how can I have one size fits all, right? There are kids who have different kind of, different ability to learn. Again, because we are giving them one size fits all, these guys ultimately fail because you have a set time frame in which you want the child to learn. You have a set path in which you want the child to learn. Schools should first start using AI internally, leverage data, get to personalized education, right? Free up the teacher's time from checking answer sheets and all that, right? What we were talking about, there's so much more which you can use at a very, very basic level without involving excessive tools where you can do that. And the fourth, as ma'am was saying, right, a lot of learning right now is about a tick box, right? Yes, I have a STEM lab, and yes, I am teaching STEM, right? That's something which needs to change, right? As we were talking about yesterday over dinner, right? I mean, I've seen kids going to First Tech Challenge coming first, a big CV point, profile building, and when you ask them which microcontroller did you work on, they have no idea what microcontroller, because so whenever you go to a school and you see, a school is using a kit to teach robotics, you feel, I mean, how will a child even learn robotics through that? So I think another thing which a school can do to improve this is there are a lot of stakeholders who understand these pieces, leverage them effectively to evaluate that whatever you are implementing, you are incurring a huge cost to implement a program. Can that be changed, or is this a really effective way of doing it and help build the skill set?
Great, thank you so much, Megan. It was a very measured answer. Very, very, it had a very interesting perspective. One of the things that Nikin talked about, Dr. Amrita Vora talked about learning how to learn. I think Nikin talked about learning how to fail, also being a very, very important skill that we need to equip our learners with. And of course, just the ability to iterate with data. A very noted film in studio recently actually kept interesting competition, where they called 100 filmmakers, gave them a story where they said the premise is that a girl and boy meet, they fall in love, they break up, and then they live happily ever after getting back together. They asked them to create a film script using ChatGPT. And there were about 120 entries. 90 of them were the exact same thing. And there were 30 who iterated and iterated and iterated and kept improving what they had as an output to come up with some very brilliant film scripts. Now that is well and truly the difference that exists between a person who knows how to analyze and mine data and a person who simply uses ChatGPT to solve their assignment for tomorrow. And I think that is a very important skill that schools need to equip learners with today. Shirish, well begun is half done, and all's well that ends well. And I am going to end my line of formal questioning with a question for you, Shirish. So we have talked about a lot of technical aspects of learning and development. I think one area that often gets overlooked is the importance of relationships in today's times. Relationships and communication, relationships within a household between parents and their children, relationships between parents and the school, parents and teachers, a respectful relationship albeit. How important do you believe these are in ensuring better K-12 education and student readiness? And do you believe that they are degrading over the years?
Well, I'm sure all the parents, online and offline, have seen a complete ecosystem here in this panel discussion. You have the head of an institute, you have a fruit of that institute, and I believe that the tree is known by its fruits. So you have a fruit here, you have an industry expert who has given us a view of what is expected and how we need to up our game. You have somebody here who's offering skill sets which are so relevant for today's generation. Now as parents, I guess everything that is taught in school, especially values, they are very well taught in school. So we have value education in schools. Now, value education is taught in school, values are demonstrated at home. This is something that we need to pick up from. And when we look at data mining, we need to get into a little data mining on our ancient scriptures. And ancient scriptures very clearly spell out that the family is an ecosystem from where a child, an individual gets courage, wisdom, and character. These are three areas that school, we cannot outsource this to school. As a parent, I cannot expect my principal ma'am to take care of all the things that all of them said and also instill courage, wisdom, and character. Courage, wisdom, and character is something parents build up at home. So I guess there is so much food for thought for each one of us in this panel discussion where it has opened a Pandora's box where each one of us to pick and choose. So as a parent, I would definitely appeal to all the parents online and offline is to focus on things that you can. It is so heartwarming to see an educator so invested in the upbringing of our children. So as a parent, I am so happy that the future of my parents, my children, is secure. Now the responsibility on the parents to build up an ecosystem to make our children strong from within, to bring our children closer to realize their capabilities, and to make our children good for society. That is the take-home message that I as a parent would take.
Thank you so much for that, Shrish. Very, very interesting take on this. Ma'am, please. Yes,
may I add,
absolutely.
I just can't help myself. I said my empathy always remains with parents because like you're saying, we train, the teachers train, and for parents it's on-the-job training always, so very, very dicey. But it's very dicey because you are learning every day. And like you said, that values are caught, they are not taught. So the environment has to make sure that the right values are taught, but definitely on-the-job training for parents all the time, so their task is the toughest, I think.
Absolutely. So J. Krishnamurti, one of the greatest educators who existed in my opinion, he had a very, very interesting quote from one of his books that has always stayed with me. He said that you teach what you learn, you educate what you are. And I think that's a very, very powerful statement for every section of this ecosystem. And I do believe that it resonates at every level, especially with respect to whatever Shrish has mentioned, because the truth is that children stay longer with parents than they stay in a school, at least up to grade 6. After that, things change, I think. So it has been a wonderful conversation across this panel discussion. I believe that the panelists deserve a huge round of applause, firstly. They've really shed light across all sections of the ecosystem, and there are a range of emotions. There is optimism, there is a certain measured level of fear, there is also a level of unsurety, but there is definitely a level of clarity when it comes to the importance of skill development, when it comes to the importance of skill building, skills like critical thinking, skills like learning how to fail, and the importance of moving beyond the paradigm of 10 on 10s and 100 on 100s and A pluses and stuffing of CVs to equipping yourself to navigate through this maze that keeps evolving is something that I think every one of the stakeholders has spoken about. It is also very evident and naturally so that every single stakeholder in this ecosystem is trying to work towards development, is trying to work towards figuring out what they need and how to do it. And I'm so happy that we have gotten honest takes on every single aspect of this. And I'm sure that when we talk about reimagining transformation, transformation will start off at all levels. Because when we talk about making our children future ready, when we talk about making them AI ready, it is only going to happen when it happens across the ecosystem. So thank you so much to our audience, and thank you so much to all the panelists. This has really set the tone and the context for wonderful TED Talks to follow. Thank you.
Even though Amrita ma'am was on the panel, as a host school, we reserve the privilege of honoring all the other panelists for their presence. So may we now request Amrita ma'am to felicitate the panelists and Anand sir.
Newer generations are growing around different environments, which is why it's imperative to transform the educational practices accordingly. This reminds me of this one quote that I heard once: change is the only constant. Such a wonderful quote. It truly applies to all spheres of life, don't you think? I completely agree. Once again, I would like to thank all our esteemed panelists and our moderator for sharing their views and expertise. Now, dear audience, sit back, relax, and prepare to be inspired and enlightened by our school's young prodigies.
Check. Now that we've set the stage, let's welcome Vishwesh Mogarkar, a fifth grader who is a vibrant mix of wit and fun with a keen interest in technology. A natural leader, he seamlessly collaborates within teams. He's confident and driven. He thrives on independence and sets his own goals. A budding performer, Vishwesh actively engages in all events and competitions. A voracious reader, he also nurtures his passions for singing, coding, and exploring the world through travel. Deeply connected to nature, he cultivates a small organic terrace garden, reflecting his commitment to environmental protection. Aspiring to be a young innovator and entrepreneur, Vishwesh dreams of launching his own startup before his 16th birthday. Please welcome the awe-inspiring Vishwesh to the stage.
Hello. Hey everyone, quick question. When was the last time you had a checkup? Think about it. Why do we even get checkups? To make sure everything inside is working as it should, right? Well, guess what? Our ocean needs a checkup too. Sounds crazy. I know. Ocean, checkup. What am I on about? Hi, I'm Vishwesh Mogarkar, 10 years old, and let me tell you a story. I was recently reading about the UN's 17 global goals for sustainable development. Especially global goal number 13, climate action, caught my attention. As, let's face it, climate change is the big issue right now. That night, I had the strangest dream of all time. I was on this beautiful beach, enjoying the most peaceful family time with my parents and sister. But the ocean, it wasn't its usual vibrant self. It was kind of sick. It felt like one giant glass of lemon juice. Sour, acidic, maybe even had a stomachache from it. Just like I get sometimes when I eat a lot of junk. There came various creatures who could talk and even had names. Shelly the snail, Sheldon the shellfish, Cutie the clam. They were all struggling. Their shells were thin, weak, dissolving. They were practically crying because they couldn't build their homes properly. And it wasn't just them. The beautiful coral reefs the tiny plankton, even the fish, starfish, squid, octopus, everyone was suffering. We're falling apart like dominoes, cried a big fish. It's all your fault, humans. You caused this acidity. Now you only find us a solution. Help us, Vishwesh. Save us. Save us. Save us. Oh God, what was that? I woke up with a jolt, scratching my head. Ocean acidity? Wait a minute, that's ocean acidification. I had read about this yesterday. Yes, ocean acidification is one of the major consequences of climate change. Let's try to understand a bit more about it. So, what is climate change? Climate change refers to long-term shifts in temperatures and weather patterns. These shifts can be natural due to changes in the sun's activities or large volcanic eruptions. But since the 1800s, human activities have been the main driver of climate change, mainly due to burning of fossil fuels like coal, oil, and gas. You know what? I'll explain it with a simple analogy. By the way, I'm a foodie at heart, so a lot of my analogies are related to food. Just caution, you might expect some yummy examples to come. So, yes. Pressure cooker. How many of you have seen pressure cookers in the kitchen and household? Come on, everyone, hands up. Great, great, great. Almost everyone, right? Well, imagine the earth is like a giant pressure cooker. The sun shines on it and warms it like the LPG or induction coil under the cooker. The air around the earth acts like a lid, trapping some of the heat inside. This is called the greenhouse effect. And it's good because it's essential for life on earth. But the problem is, we're adding extra heat to the cooker by deforestation and burning of fossil fuels, which releases gases called carbon dioxide and methane, which are like extra heat trapped inside. And just like a pressure cooker can explode if it gets too hot, our earth can have big problems if it warms up too much. Those problems are nothing but climate change. For example, stronger storms like a sudden burst of steam when you open the cooker too quickly, melting ice from glaciers, and ocean trouble. The ocean soaks up extra heat or carbon dioxide from the atmosphere, acting like a carbon sink. It absorbs around 1/3 of the carbon dioxide released in various activities, making it much harder for some animals to survive. This is called ocean acidification. For understanding ocean acidification, let's first understand what's an acid and what's an alkali. Acids are often things that taste sour, like lemons or vinegar. Alkali, or bases as they call, are often things that are soapy or slippery. To measure the extent of acidity, scientists use a special scale called the pH scale. This scale ranges from 0 to 14, acting like an imaginary seesaw that tells you how much something is like a lemon, acidic, or like soap, basic. In the middle of the seesaw, we have the number 7. It's like pure water, perfectly balanced. Now, coming back to our ocean. When the ocean absorbs extra carbon dioxide, it changes its chemistry a little, lowering the pH a bit and making it slightly more acidic. If we only produced a small amount of carbon, the ocean could adjust. But we're producing a huge amount, and the critters that live underwater just can't keep up. During the course of my research, I found that the average global ocean pH has decreased by about 0.1 units. This is equal to a roughly 30% increase in acidity. Big time question. How to combat ocean acidity? Well, the answer is simple. OAE. Ocean Alkalinity Enhancement. Ocean alkalinity enhancement is like adding special ingredients to the ocean to help balance it out. These ingredients are natural substances found in rocks like limestone from sedimentary rocks, olivine from igneous rocks, and magnesite from metamorphic rocks. We can add them as a salty liquid, that's a brine, or a fine powder. Sounds easy, right? Like just sprinkling some salt? Well, not exactly. It's more like baking a cake. You have to be very careful with the amounts. Too much of these special ingredients are just as bad for the ocean as too little. That's why scientists have to be super smart about this. They need to understand the whole ocean environment, the effect of pollution and climate change, and exactly how much acid is already there. The first step is checking the acidity levels and then choosing the right ingredients from those special rocks. Now, how do we do this? Well, simple. Abracadabra! Midas touch! Midas, the marine integrated dynamic alkalinity stabilizer. MIDAS. Midas works by mimicking how rocks naturally help the ocean. Imagine watching a movie in super slow motion. That's how rocks normally help the ocean. Over thousands of years, they slowly dissolve and release special ingredients called alkaline minerals. These minerals are like antacids that help balance out the ocean's chemistry. Meanwhile, Midas is like fast forwarding that movie, quickly adding those special ingredients to the ocean, those cleaning agents, and making it much less acidic, and of course, making it absorb more carbon dioxide, which in turn is helping the whole planet. Now, let's examine the technical components of the Midas system. Mineral storage. A huge container filled with alkaline minerals like limestone. Grinder. A powerful blender that crushes these minerals into a superfine powder. This helps them dissolve much faster. Mixing chamber. A huge mixing bowl where all of these minerals are mixed with the seawater. Now this is where things get real interesting. Sprinkler system. Pipes and nozzles that spray the treated water back into the ocean. This is where the real magic happens. The alkaline minerals dissolve and make the ocean less acidic. Last but certainly not least, the power source. Solar panels and maybe even little windmills on top, so that Midas uses clean, green energy. How Midas works? Simply put, Midas first scoops up seawater, grinds the minerals into a fine powder, mixes those minerals with the seawater, and then sprays that now treated water back into the ocean. But here's where Midas gets extra special. It's not just a simple sprinkler. Midas is dynamic, which means that it can adjust its function based on what's going on in the ocean. It constantly checks the water, like a doctor checking the patient's temperature. If the ocean needs more medicine in one area, Midas can add more there. If the currents are strong, Midas can adjust where it sprays to make sure all of it spreads out evenly. To conclude, I would like to say that the ocean isn't merely a resource. It's the lifeblood of our planet. If we allow it to become irreversibly acidic, what part of the web of life will remain untouched? What will become of us? That's a famous quote by Robert Wyland. The ocean stars the heart, inspires the imagination, and brings eternal joy to the soul. If we allow the ocean's heart to grow weak, its inspiration to fade, and its joy to turn to sorrow, what will become of our own souls? What will become of our own souls? What will become of our own souls?
That was indeed such an amazing talk, Vishwesh. May we now request Dr. Amrita ma'am to please felicitate him.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Our next speaker is Darshyap Jyotish from grade 8. He is a student with a passion for public speaking, always eager to share ideas and connect with others. He spends his free time exploring two of his favorite interests, the Star Wars universe and the fascinating world of aviation. From diving into epic tales of galactic adventures to learning about airplanes and their mechanics, his hobbies reflect his curiosity and love for discovery. Let's welcome Darshyap Jyotish as he takes the stage to share his story.
Albert Einstein, the genius who changed how we view the universe, actually struggled in school. That's right, he struggled in school. He hated rote memorization and often underperformed in tests that included subjects such as language and history, frustrating his teachers. One even told him that he would never make success of anything. But it was his curiosity that drove him to excel in subjects such as math and science, where he explored the why behind concepts instead of randomly memorizing formulas. A simple compass gifted by his father was what sparked his fascination with the laws of the universe. And there you go, he started studying on his own for hours. Despite failing a polytechnic exam once, Einstein persevered, but he eventually developed the theory of relativity while working as a patent clerk. Einstein's success was not because he fit into the traditional education system. It was completely because he thought beyond it. Einstein's story reminds us, it's not about acing every test, It's also about embracing curiosity and passion for what truly matters. Tests often fail to account for the different ways students learn and express their knowledge. They only tend to assess a very narrow range of skills, mainly memorization and basic reasoning. So they don't give students the opportunity to shadow some talents, mainly critical thinking and problem solving. This disadvantages the students who excel at these non-traditional areas or just have a different learning style. Seriously, is there an alternative to this? Because even today, school tests feel more like a detention than discovery. But to tackle this challenge, there is only one very promising alternative, and it is AI. AI dynamic assessments is the future of modern education by moving beyond standardized tests, offering more personalized experiences and assessing students based on their true needs. Okay, let me break it down for you. The AI testing method often begins with the AI assessing the student's level, starting off with basic questions for the beginner students and more advanced questions for the experienced ones. The AI bot generates a variety of question types, mainly multiple choice questions for quick checks, problem solving to test critical thinking, and some puzzles just to engage the students. The AI bot tracks response speed, accuracy, and patterns in mistakes, offering instant feedback, hints, or explanations to help the students understand their growth and some areas to focus on. This completely eliminates memorization. That's really good, right? So in your next exam, I hope you don't do this. I seriously hope you don't. We should start grading the kid who can build a rocket, not the kid who can memorize a diagram of one. For instance, schools in Finland replaced their traditional end-of-the-year exams with continuous AI monitoring systems. These systems observed how students solved problems, participated in discussions, and also submitted their projects over the year. These AI systems analyzed their growth and learning patterns to generate detailed performance reports. Let me share with you why it's actually mind-boggling. Imagine that you're being tested without even knowing it. If you didn't realize, that's exactly what's happening here. Students back in Finland did not even know that they were actually being tested. It's just smooth sailing while your teacher gets all those juicy details about how you're doing on the test. It's like a ninja exam. You don't even see it coming. Many universities also have planned to use AI in their undergraduate courses. One such university is Michigan University. Professor Mark Wilson at Michigan University launched a groundbreaking experiment that would completely redefine how his engineering students interacted with exams. Instead of traditional multiple choice questions, the students were given advanced AI systems. That's right, advanced AI systems. And indeed, we can say Professor Mark Wilson championed the AI-driven personalized learning experience, ensuring that his students received right quality education. The AI bot adjusted difficulty based on the students' progress, keeping the students both engaged and challenged at the same time. And guess what? The results were amazing. Student scores increased by a staggering 30%. And students reported a 50% decrease in exam anxiety. If you realize, that's a game changer. Because back in 2022, an American Psychological Association study revealed that over 60% of the students failed to perform well on tests just due to anxiety, exam anxiety. That's right. By 2027, Michigan University aims to roll out this AI for all of its undergraduate courses. Now, education obviously shapes the global economy's foundation. Building on this, AI dynamic assessments, think about it. They bring innovation to these tests, driving both efficiency and economical growth in its own powerful new ways. So, the World Economic Forum estimates that over 35% of the global workforce is mismatched to their jobs just because of their skills being poorly assessed back in their school days. Sad, isn't it? But AI can bring down this mismatch by at least 20%. And if you look at the contributions, that's at least $1.82 trillion annually. This is a remarkable change, considering that UNESCO revealed that over 68% of the countries heavily rely on standardized testing to assess their students. Now, as we have covered the basics of AI dynamic assessments, let's move on to the local impact on how they are becoming game changers in solving region-specific problems. Rural schools often struggle with undertrained teachers and limited learning resources, leaving the students just unprepared for standardized tests. Thankfully, it's not a far-off dream anymore to solve these problems. Because even today, there are many AIs that take tests for these students. One such AI is MindSpark. MindSpark is popularly used in the rural provinces of India and has shown major improvement in the students who have used the program. For instance, a study in Rajasthan revealed that the students who used MindSpark received learning gains twice as large as the students who did not use the program. Today, 500,000 students use MindSpark. Fuse Machines is transforming rural education with its AI-powered tools, ensuring that student scores increase by 30%. Before its implementation, it was recorded that 60% of the students in the area struggled with basic concepts. But with AI dynamic assessments and personalized learning paths, this 60% can be brought down to 20%. It is said that the AI education market reached $4.8 billion in 2024. And Fuse Machines is just one of those companies leading this transformative movement, ensuring that students receive high quality education and opportunities. Uruguay, the country, has adopted a learning solution that gives personalized feedback based on the AI analysis of the student's work and knowledge, called the Mathemative Adaptive Platform. Brazil and Chile also have adopted a learning solution called Netflix, which does a very similar and good job. Now, the future of education. And AI also does not leave gaps for disabled students. AI can detect learning disabilities within 20 minutes compared to the 6 months' time using traditional evaluation methods. These early interventions could transform the lives of over 100 million children worldwide. I repeat, 100 million children worldwide. That's a large number. These projects combine virtual reality with AI to not only assess dyslexia, but to also provide real-time personalized interventions. So basically, students with illnesses such as dyslexia engage with these AI-powered systems which adapt to their progress, offering a highly customizable and personalized experience. Now, the future of education is all about dynamic and personalized learning, where we celebrate each student's unique genius. That's right. Say goodbye to standardized tests and hello to assessments that adapt to you like your favorite playlist, both engaging and tailored to your strengths. These methods spotlight your creativity, problem solving, and other unique talents. So your learning and testing methods become as unique and amazing as you all are. And it's not at all about perfection. It is mainly about mistakes. You know why? Because mistakes become stepping stones to success here. Exactly. So failure isn't the end of the world here. Now, let's leave outdated tests behind and embrace a future where we empower every student to shine. Thank you. This is Darshap signing off.
Thank you for such an insightful perspective, Darshap. May we now request Dr. Amrita Vora to please felicitate him. Thank you, ma'am. Let's now welcome Avni Patil, an inquisitive grade 8 student who finds joy in uncovering hidden narratives from history and exploring the wisdom they hold. A dedicated reader and history enthusiast, she immerses herself in the past to connect it with the present and future. Beyond her love for books, Avni thrives in the world of debates, where she enjoys engaging in meaningful conversations that challenge traditional ideas and spark new perspectives. She believes history isn't just about the events that have passed, but about the lessons it offers for shaping the future. Through her topic, Avni aspires to inspire us to see history as a guide for understanding and reimagining the possibilities ahead. Let's applaud and welcome Avni Patil, who's here to challenge, inspire, and ignite new ideas.
History is not a burden on the memory, but an illumination of the soul. Well, here's the catch. 70% of global history curriculum focuses predominantly on wars, conflicts, and invasions, leaving out the rich and transformative history that shaped civilizations. Wars, and even more wars. Imagine I've met you today for the first time, and I introduce myself to you by listing all the fights I've ever had. Hi, my name is Avni. I lost 3 arguments with my mom today and also was defeated in a volleyball match. Would you want to be friends with me? Probably not. Last summer, I got the epic chance to visit this place called Pavankind, where a small troop of Maratha soldiers fought till their very last breath just to safeguard the life of their leader. Standing there and looking at the memorials, I thought, why am I not learning this in my history textbooks? Instead, I'm only learning about who defeated who. Later on, I went home. I went through my elder brother's history textbook. Well, he's older. He must be learning the better stuff, right? But no, the same wars, the same conflicts in the teeniest bit of more detail. That's when it hit me. History, as it's taught globally, feels like attending a party where everyone only talks about the fights. No one praises who built the house, cooked the food, or invented the music system. Here's the thing. History needs to be taught as a testament to the achievements of the people who came before us. Yet, for students nowadays, it doesn't go past being a tale of enslavement and oppression. From the foundational age of 11 or 12, we've been introduced to a narrative that's been dominated by these negative influences. For example, us Indian children, we begin learning history in the 6th grade, sometimes even before that. And all we ever learn about is how the Mughals ruled over us or how the Britishers enslaved us. This leaves us feeling as though we lack a deeper heritage, as if our past has nothing more to offer than defeat and despair. Here's the thing. History needs to be taught as a source of pride, not just as a source of pain, a positive force that encourages us, not just discourages us. The first thing I'd like to talk to you about today is Ayurveda. It's not just something you'd hear your grandma talk about. It's a masterclass in holistic healthcare. Recently, I visited Kerala, and over there, I visited the lush spice gardens, and I was surrounded by plants such as turmeric, neem, and ashwagandha. And over there it was that I realized Ayurveda is a living and breathing science. Let's take turmeric, for example. Turmeric, as mentioned as early as the 4th century, has been labeled as a powerful antibacterial and anti-inflammatory agents in most of the ancient Indian texts. Fast forward to 2012, Harvard released a groundbreaking study confirming these properties of turmeric and also recording a 30% reduction of the risk of chronic diseases through turmeric. Cool, right? So while Harvard does deserve a nod for confirming this science, we've been living this science for centuries. This isn't about just reclaiming our heritage. It's also about reimagining healthcare today. Picture this. Schools teaching Ayurveda as a fusion of subjects like history, biology, and chemistry. Students could not only learn the medicinal properties of this, but also how it could be inculcated in today's curriculum through modern day science. The life skill you get from this: holistic thinking and sustainable problem solving. I know I sound like a grandma right now, so let's move on to something else. Let me take you a little further back in time. Let's talk about Chanakya and his timeless leadership principles. He was known for 3 guiding questions he had. He wanted a person to ask themselves these 3 questions before starting any new task. Why am I doing this? What could go wrong? And how can I succeed? Leaders like Mr. Ratan Tata embodied these principles perfectly. When he envisioned the Tata Nano, his why was clear: to make cars accessible to every Indian family. His what could go wrong helped him foresee challenges such as the cost and the logistics. And his how can I succeed made sure that the Nano was a symbol of innovation, not just a symbol of profit. Mr. Tata didn't just stumble upon this clarity. It was a result of the timeless understanding of these principles, much like those that have been outlined by Chanakya. Another famous philosophy of Chanakya is the concept of Sam, Dam, Dand, Bhed. Sam, Dam, Dand, Bhed translates to negotiation, incentivization, punishment, and division. Have you ever asked your parents to let you go out with your friends? Let me tell you how you can use the concept of Sam, Dam, Dand, Bhed here. Sam, which translates to negotiation, or reaching a consensus, in this case you could say, please let me go. I'll be super responsible, I promise. Dam is rewarding their compliance with you. I'll do extra chores for a month. How about that? If they still don't listen, you can go with Dand. Now please don't use this with your parents, it's just a suggestion. Dand would be, please let me go. Oh, you're not letting me go? I won't talk to you for a whole week. And if that doesn't work, the strategy of Bhed, or creating strategic divisions. This is the ultimate power. Bhed would be, in this case, please let me go. Oh, you know, my other friend's parents already allowed them to go. And that's it. You used an ancient Indian diplomatic strategy to convince your parents, and it still works. The life skills you get from this: resourcefulness and strategic thinking. Now, let's talk about buildings. Please don't leave the auditorium just yet. It'll be interesting, I promise. Let me take you to Europe, where architecture isn't just beautiful, it's purposeful. Specifically, let me take you to the Notre Dame Cathedral. It's not just a marvel of height and stability. It's inspired sustainable design techniques that researchers have been trying to recreate even today. Another such example is the Roman aqueducts. These Roman aqueducts have been used for centuries to transport water across vast distances, laying the foundation for modern-day plumbing. Why is this important, you ask? 2 billion people globally face the challenge of water scarcity. Imagine using these sustainable techniques. We won't just be creating sustainable water systems. It'll be something much deeper than that. The last example I'd like to give you is the Pantheon. It was built with self-healing concrete. You heard me right. Self-healing concrete. Concrete which quite literally repairs itself. And it still stands strong after 2,000 years. The magic of this? Today, researchers are trying to recreate this to save millions in maintenance costs by creating roads and buildings that repair themselves. Well, enough of that. Let me take you to the Colosseum and the Acropolis. Imagine telling a Roman gladiator that where he once fought against wild animals is now a venue for rock concerts? You heard me right. AC/DC, one of the world's biggest bands, has performed in the Colosseum. And in the Acropolis, concerts by the famous pianist and singer Yanni have taken place. This just goes to show that sculptures once created for battle and combat are now being used as a testament to culture and creativity. Now, last but definitely not the least, let me take you over to Japan, specifically the Japanese 5S system. The 5S system: sort, set in order, shine, standardize, and sustain, is an effective workplace organization method. This just goes to show that cleaning your workplace every morning can have such big successes. Technological giants, tech giants now, today, have credited the 5S system for streamlining their operations and boosting their efficiency, while one of the biggest Silicon Valley startups has credited 5S for reducing their production errors by up to 30%. Cool, right? Imagine walking into your history class and learning so much more than just dates. Imagine using these ancient strategies to solve modern-day problems. How cool would that be? Because then we'll actually feel like learning this history. We'd not just be memorizing it, we'd be living in it. Won't that be a history class worth attending? When history is taught to us as a toolkit, we learn 3 essential skills: resilience, critical thinking, and adaptability. 3 core skills required in today's world. When we're taught history, it needs to be taught in a holistic way. A study by Harvard's Zero Project proved that students who are exposed to history through empowering narratives and through a lens of innovation have greater confidence and problem-solving skills. Yuval Noah Harari rightly said, We live in a world that was made by history. So, why are we only teaching our students about what was destroyed? Let's teach them about what was created. Because, after all, our past holds the solutions to today's challenges. The only question is, will we unlock this past or leave it buried under the sands of time? Thank you.
That talk has surely left everyone thinking. Thank you so much, Avni. May we now request Dr. Amrita Vora to please felicitate her.
Thank you, ma'am. Up next, we welcome Mr. Jay Shah, a leading innovator in architecture, using AI to revolutionize building design and construction. His company, Kaizen AI, has received numerous awards, including Startup of the Year and AI PropTech of the Year. Mr. Shah collaborates with Google's Delve AI platform and is a sought-after speaker at global institutions and conferences, advocating for technology's role in sustainable development within architecture and civil engineering. Beyond Kaizen AI, he leads Access Architects as a non-executive partner at AXS Design and has strategically expanded his firm's reach through acquisitions in Paris and Bangkok. Let's welcome him on stage.
AI is going to take my job in 5 years. And that's terrifying. But the reason I'm actually deeply emotional today is because I'm speaking at a school at a TED conference. And the first time I met my wife, Nehali, who happens to run a preschool, was actually we started speaking about Ken Robinson's, I'm sorry. There's always technology difficulties, especially if someone's coming to talk about technology. Can I have this? Yes, okay. Not a problem. No problem. Yeah, okay. Sorry? Okay. So if you can do the add this background, and then when I do next, that is when I do this, that's possible. Done. No, no, I'm fine. That's fine. It's fine. pretty incredible. I mean, having a TEDx at a school, I think, just from an opportunity perspective, it's amazing. So much exposure. AI is going to take my job in 5 years. And that's terrifying. No. There you go. No? There you go. Hopefully the last time. AI is going to take my job in 5 years. And that's terrifying. But the reason I'm deeply emotional about being here at a school, at a TEDx conference, is actually because the first time I met my now wife Nehali, who happens to be a preschool teacher, we spoke about a TED Talk. This was, of course, the very famous TED Talk by Ken Robinson about how schools kill creativity. And we exchanged TED Talks much like we exchanged love letters. And we happened to get married, had 3 beautiful children. And as I watch them grow, I start thinking about the challenges that they will face in the next 5, 10, 15 years with the advent of technology. The curriculum that schools are teaching today is not that different from the curriculum that schools taught when I was studying. And the challenges that they will face are going to be very different than the challenges that we faced when we were growing up or when we entered professional life. Which then brought me to also realize that while I was just as terrified for them, I was also terrified for myself, because I run an architecture firm, about 50 people. And I see how technology is going to, in some ways, make us irrelevant. You see, architects generally are thought to be extremely creative people. We get to design the world. And it's very exciting. But when you really think about it, when you go through all of the work that we do, from conceptualizing something from a building to a city to actual execution, you find that majority of the man hours are actually spent in the execution side, which means in the coordination and creation of the drawings, etc. A lot of this have AI programs coming in to replace that, because those are things which are easily replaceable. To give you an idea of the impact, for this part, which is 80% of our man hours, for a typical large project, we would look at having 6 architects working across 1 year to be able to produce the required drawings. I foresee that AI will be able to do it in minutes, And of course, we will need somebody to check everything, review everything, but that's maybe a week. So you go from 6 architects for a year to 1 architect for a week. This is why I felt we must change how we're thinking about AI, because this is going to happen. So rather than be scared of it, we wanted to partner with it. We wanted to see how we could use it today to work towards this joint future. So we create this company called Kaizen AI, which does optimization. Now, that's another interesting thing about where I see technology today. It is not strong enough to be able to do everything that humans do. However, we find that if we are able to use it in the correct places, we are able to do some incredible things with it. So I call it the human AI human approach, which means we still need humans to design, because there are so much complexities, there is so much differentiation. But what we do is we use AI to optimize what is designed. And again, that is checked and executed with humans. That allows us to use technology today to be able to help our buildings today. So let me give you an example of what I mean. So buildings are really a bit like puzzles, just incredibly complicated three-dimensional puzzles, but this is actually a good starting point, where you have all of these components and you must find a way to get them to work together. We have structural requirements, toilet requirements, plumbing requirements, staircase requirements, fire requirements. So these are all requirements that are necessary to fulfill in each building. And we must find the right way to put them together. And it needs to work in a three-dimensional puzzle almost. This is something AI does incredibly well. So which is what we built. Let me give you an example of a project so it will better explain what this is and the impact of this. So this is a project we did in central Mumbai, where again, the building was to be repeated exactly the same on the side. So there was a building that was already built, which is called Ajmera Zion. And the idea was to repeat it exactly the same on the side. So it was a large master plan. Now, the building was, the building that was to be replicated, that one was already built. One, they had already started construction on site, which means you're far ahead of design. You've got design done, you've got approvals done, and you've reached site. This is not a great time to sit to optimize, redesign anything, because one can't actually change either the slab outlines or can't change really the design. Also here the apartments were sold, so that allowed us very little impact in terms of what we could change in the building. I go back to the puzzle. So we couldn't change the apartments, but the requirements in terms of elevators, staircases, fire, all of those were actually very much mandated by code. So without changing the apartments, could we start looking at optimizing this portion only? What we were able to do is keep the same ingredients in terms of number of elevators, number of staircases, fire requirements, sizes, and we were able to reduce the area that takes by 27%. That's a huge number because this multiplies, right? It is 34 residential floors across 2 towers. There is something called FAR, which is very, very valuable. We were able to reduce that by 11%. The other interesting thing is, without changing the apartments, we were actually able to reduce the material usage by almost 42%. That's just by optimizing, that's just by realizing a horizontal core versus a vertical core, etc. This is without touching the apartments. This is, the architect's vision is still alive and well. We're not touching any of the outside, but actually changing the infrastructure inside. Now, what happens in terms of the lower levels? Again, it's parking. We know what's the size of the car park. We know what's the size of the driveways. We couldn't change the outline. We went from a rather difficult to use ramp where you're doing a U-turn on a ramp with 83 cars on a floor to 145 cars on the same floor. Now, again, there is the architect's vision in terms of what is the outline of the building, what does the building look from the outside, how does the apartment work, what is the apartment footprint. All of that is unchanged. It is only talking about what is inherent and how do you use the 3D puzzle to find the most optimum way of doing it. So just to give you an idea of what we were able to do on this project, because now we were able to fit in all of those 8 floors of parking into 4 floors, we went from 30 residential floors to 34 residential floors of the same height. What does that mean? You are able to increase the usable area by about 13%, but at the same time, your area that you are constructing, which would otherwise be increased by about 26%, has actually reduced by 25%. The FAR, which is the baseline of how buildings are put up, actually reduced by 11%. So these are all competing objectives without changing the design or the master idea has not changed. And we reduce the material consumption by 41%. This is what we find the environmental impact of this, because you have the embodied carbon, which is the carbon that is used. But remember, all of the areas that we reduced are areas that are the common areas, the parking areas, which require to be electrified, which require to have sprinklers working 24 hours a day. Across the 75-year life of a typical building, we're talking of a reduction of 1.6 million metric tons. Between the building right next door, which is the exact same building, our carbon footprint reduced by 44.5%. Same architecture. The financial side, while we reduced the carbon footprint by 44%, the profitability actually went up by 18% because now you have more apartments to sell, but you're constructing far lesser. We've been able to do this now around the world. We've done this in Dubai, Saudi Arabia, US, a bunch of places. But I come back to the initial thesis. Human, AI, human. Even within how this company works, even when we do the optimization, you don't take what iterations it spits out. The way this works is that we run 10,000, 100,000 iterations. But again, humans check it to test what works and what doesn't work for that particular project. Then we have experts check, does it work as per the codes? Does it work as per structural codes? So our belief is at all points to be able to magnify human ingenuity with AI. We've been at it for a little while. We've been able to actually reduce about 65 million metric tons across just the projects our small firm has done. On average, we've reduced about 15% across our projects of carbon emissions. You know what does that mean? That's equal to 1 month of global commercial airline traffic. Carbon emissions of 1 month. That's just across 150 projects. And this is again without changing the architect's vision, without changing the architect's idea. 40% of worldwide emissions are done through buildings. If we were able to reduce even 10% of that, just through optimization, we're talking about 2 billion metric tons, which is equal to 65% of all of India's carbon emissions. The challenge with buildings is that they don't, when you construct it, there are a certain amount of emissions. The challenge is what happens across the 75-year or 50-year or 100-year life cycle. It's using energy every day. So that inefficiencies exist throughout. We've been able to increase tangible profitability by about $5.4 billion US. If we were to better use that same money, the social infrastructure we could create, just if we were to look at India, that would mean we would be able to add 5 schools per district in all India, or 1 hospital for each, or per 4 districts all over India. And this is only across the 150 odd projects that we've worked on. So I start again with where I led in the beginning, that what a typical architecture firm is doing, AI is going to take our job in 5 years. But when I think about my children and the world they will live in, I'm actually very positive about it. Because I think this technology is not us versus AI. We need to find a way to make it us plus AI. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for that interesting talk. May we now request Amrita ma'am to please felicitate him. Thank you, ma'am.
Having completed her Master's in Development Economics from Leicester University in England, Pia Mahatme embarked on a career in journalism with the Times of India. She was an assistant editor in Metropolis on Saturday, after which she joined as a senior feature writer in Economic Times. Author of numerous books about economic development and emerging trends in globalization, a few of her publications include Structural Transformation, Innovation and Institutions, and Globalization and Sustainable Economic Development, and many more. Furthermore, she is a visiting lecturer at St. Xavier's Institute of Communications and St. Xavier's College, Department of Economics. Council member of the Forum of Free Enterprise and writes a monthly column for Forum Views. Please welcome her on the stage.
Good afternoon. I'm Professor Pia Mahatme. The question that we've often heard, Good afternoon, and I'm Professor Pia Mahatme. The question that we've often heard, what's happening? Trying to lend clarity about what's happening in this world from an economic perspective, I start with my talk on transformation. The topic of the TED Talk, Transformation Reimagined, for me it really strikes a chord because I've asked the question about what should be done to expedite economic transformation from a developmental perspective. And the 3 aspects of transformation that I'll be focused on: 1, I'm trying to understand what transformation means; 2, skill development; and 3, sustainable development. The topics are interconnected, but in order to lend clarity, I will try to discuss them distinctly and shed some insight, shed some thought on what lies ahead. You know, one of the reasons that I made my area of research, development strategy and globalization, in the larger context of sustainable development, has been to find out how trillions of dollars of wealth that is generated get to a point where it results in economic development. Why am I saying this? Because, you know, over the last, I would say, 3.5 decades, when you all weren't born, at that point in time, when I was a student, I would see, you know, a lot of hype about, you know, this country growing at an 8% growth rate, some country growing at a 10% growth rate. And I would say, but, you know, human development indicators haven't changed considerably. And that kind of thought provoked me to pursue the course that I've pursued. 15 minutes or 17 minutes to speak about transformation, I don't think that's possible, even if you're talking about transformation of a single nation. But 15 minutes is enough for me to communicate to you some important aspects of transformation that will and are having a profound impact on our lives. What has started to have a profound impact on our lives? Geopolitical change, dramatic advances in technology, and the fact that India is going to play an increasingly important role in the world. So let me just start by talking about development. You know, it's interesting that businesses, large scale and small scale, when they are taking a decision, they think about so many facets, they think about so many aspects. It's not just about one department or one aspect, but they think across dimensions. But that line of thinking, that approach has not been scaled up. What I'm trying to say is that for the last 3.5 decades, the world has had a mega business strategy. Great. And this has guided business strategies, particularly in larger companies, all over the world, with some differences, some modifications, for about 3.5 decades. But the world has conspicuously and evidently lacked a development paradigm. So, over 3.5 decades, you've had countries growing, you've had economic growth rates fall, but not much improvement in the development indicators, not much improvement in the state of human well-being, not much improvement or increase in the employment opportunities in countries which are labor abundant, in countries which are developing, in underdeveloped countries. Who's to blame? All of us, in a way. So we lack a development paradigm. In 2007, my second book, India, China and Globalization, one of the main takeaways or one of the main insights that I've explained in that book is the evolution of a framework for a development paradigm, or should I say a sustainable development paradigm, which this I'm just going to skip through, this is the book, India, China and Globalization, the development paradigm, where I had 3 constituents. This development paradigm, I defined 3 main building blocks for development. The first, as you can see, is PEP growth. What is PEP growth? Sounds good? Well, it's the kind of growth that will result in development. PEP as in pro, E, environment, P, people, P, the last P, prosperity. That's also, you can also call it that growth rate, that increase in growth rate that will result in development. What this essentially means is that growth, if it's based on this, if it's based on environmental consciousness, if it's based on improving human well-being, if it's based on increasing incomes across the board, that will result in development. Because empirical evidence has demonstrated that the nature of growth, the basis of growth, determines its outcomes. You can have a 10% growth rate, but if it's jobless or almost jobless, that cannot be called as a growth rate that will contribute to development. The next, as you can see, the next constituent is called EEM. What is EEM? Effective economic management. Creating the incentive mechanisms, creating an investment framework that will enable an expansion of productive investment where it's required the most. So towards all your 17 sustainable development targets, creating a framework that will ensure enough investment into all this. It hasn't happened. Much rhetoric, much talk, it hasn't happened. And in fact, we can say that sustainability, the lack of sustainability or sustainability requires EEM. The lack of sustainability is the result of weaknesses in EEM. The third constituent, economic reform. Now, this is the most difficult constituent because it's about the political system. It's about institutional reform. It's about changes that take time. It's about increasing levels of efficiency in governance. It's about a lot of variables, but the pressure point that will trigger a quicker pace of economic reform is that we are confronted with the challenge of becoming more sustainable, and the deadline is 2030. So where do we go from here? Where do we go from here takes us to the next aspect, skill development. Technological advances, AI, fair amount said about it, robotics, threaten jobs. There has already been some disruptive impact of AI on jobs, but again, it's not about blaming technology. It's about using technology as a tool to complement employment creation, to help overcoming constraints in infrastructure, and there are a number of instances at the ground level where that is being done. The creation of a development paradigm requires also that skilling is done and skilling is done from pre-primary levels of education to the postdoctoral level. It's a continuous process that doesn't begin after graduation or after higher secondary school. The skills that need to be emphasized on. The first skill is social intelligence. This is, I'm just giving you insights of a number of empirical studies that I've gone through and analyzed. So the first skill set is social intelligence. The second skill set is emotional intelligence, the two connected. The third skill set is the manipulative intelligence. And here manipulative is not to mean, it's not a derogatory meaning. It's the ability to adapt. So the next step from here would be to use AI as a complement, use AI to help us create the skills, create the context where we have the skills required to create those employment opportunities. Do I have time? Now I come to the third aspect of my talk, which is actually looking at sustainable development. Sustainable development, I don't need to say much about it, except that the poorest nations are completely constrained of financial assistance, in spite of there being no shortage of funds for the purpose at the global level. And the way to go from this is, as I said, AI needs to be an enabler, which it would be, enabler of opportunity creation, which it would be if we create the context for it to be. I see steps in the direction, but we have a long way to go. and sustainable development is the source of the tremendous opportunity creation and employment creation. And we need to harness that potential. Without harnessing sustainable development, you're not going to meet the targets of development. Notably, each sustainable development target is in itself a source of opportunity creation. And in each, we can use AI to help overcome constraints without job losses. So let me conclude with a little couplet. So, US elections have recently concluded. Donald Trump is the US president, and y'all would have heard him say, "Drill, baby, drill." And I say for India and for many regions of the world, the theme should be skill India skill if you want to give the economy a thrill. Thank you.
Thank you for your insightful remarks, ma'am. We now request Dr. Amrita Vora to felicitate her.
Thank you so much, ma'am. With this, we conclude our lively and insightful session. We will now take a lunch break for an hour. As a reminder, please return your guest ID cards at the registration desk outside before leaving the venue. To the audience members attending the next session, please ensure you return to your seats 5 minutes early. We will start the next session promptly at 1:30 p.m.
that you remain seated until dismissed for breaks. Please make sure to turn off all cell phones so as to not interrupt the program or the recording. We request you to not move out of the auditorium while the talk are being delivered.
If you must leave the auditorium at any point of time, please make sure to have your guest ID cards with you, as these will need to be shown upon re-entry. We also want to encourage you to post about the event during the breaks. It is a sincere request to not take photographs with flash, as it may distract the speaker. Kindly submit your guest ID cards at the registration desk outside when you are finally exiting the event.
First up, after the break, let's welcome an incredibly talented beatboxer, Neil Anavekar. Many of us have tried our hand at beatboxing, starting with the classic boots and cats, but only a few truly stick with it and master the craft. He's one of those rare individuals who has honed his skills and taken beatboxing to another level. So get ready to be amazed as he brings the stage to life with his beats. Let's give him a huge round of applause.
Thank you all. Let's get started. Everything you're about to witness now is pure human voice. Let's go. Ladies and gentlemen, everything you're about to witness now is pure human voice. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Neil. Human beatbox. TEDx. This is beatbox. This is beatbox. This is how I drop a bass. As the speaker over there mentioned about boots and cats, would you all like to give it a try? All right. Repeat after me. Boots and cats. Very good. You put them all together, you get boots and cats. Now, I would like you all to keep repeating this again and again and again. Are you ready? Let's start. Boots and cats and 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 Thank you for your cooperation. It's now time. Wrong word, sorry. It's now time for a second drop. Three, two, one, go! Thank you.
Wow, what an electrifying performance. Let's give him another huge round of applause.
Meet our upcoming speaker, Triti Maheshwari, an IBDP learner and president of the Student Senate here at ELPRO. With her ever-growing love for debate and discussion, nothing beats challenging perspectives and exchanging ideas with her peers. You would often find her at the tennis court perfecting her serves or at the piano playing Claire de Lune. She's outgoing, curious, and driven, always ready for a new adventure, whether it's on the court, at the debate podium, or in a galaxy far, far away. She believes in learning from experience, not just her own, but others as well. Everyone has a different story to tell, and she looks forward to sharing hers about how Vipassana helped her grow. Let's welcome Triti Maheshwari as she takes the stage.
Hello. Hello everyone, I'm Triti Maheshwari. The theme for today is Transformation Reimagined. And according to me, self-transformation is like change never seen before. We all may do the same thing, but we experience it differently. We have a different set of expectations, yet the same wariness towards change. Allow me to start off by describing my strong hatred towards spiders and how loud I would scream if I saw one right now. And it's not just literal spiders, it's metaphorical spiders too. Things I'm scared to do, things I'm scared to experience, things that make me want to run away and hide in my room. Vipassana helped me how to handle these spiders, how to react to them, and how to remain calm. Now, 2 years ago, after my 10th grade boards, I had regained much of my teenage freedom. I was free from the constant revision, studying, and worry. I had dyed my hair purple, been Exhibit A for peer pressure, and most importantly, I was getting progressively bored sitting at home. And so I thought, might as well sign up for this 8-day course. It'll be mildly challenging. I'll get a new environment, some peace and quiet. What could go wrong? And so days passed by in nervousness and excitement. I packed the largest suitcase I could find. I packed 20 pairs of clothes, toiletries, blankets, umbrellas, light, alarm clock, just about everything imaginable. I was either going for a 6-month vacation or an 8-day course. You really couldn't tell. After all the anticipation, the world I landed into was filled with 50 teenagers surrounded by nature and its creatures. And when I say creatures, I don't mean that lightly. I was roommates with 4 other spiders and had a lizard as my door guard. Remember my hatred for spiders? I was absolutely petrified. I couldn't sleep or move peacefully, constantly afraid of them. Slowly, as the days passed by, I became more accustomed to them, even naming one Benny, which stuck with me throughout the course. If I saw one on my bed, I wouldn't scream or shout anymore. I'd simply wait for it to move, or maybe flick it away. If I saw one crawling on me, I didn't shout like how I did before, knowing that the best way to handle this spider would be to do so calmly. Now, what is Vipassana? How does it bring about this great change that I talk about? Vipassana is based off 3 cores: Shila, which is morality, Samadhi, which is concentration, and Panya, which is wisdom. These 3 being the core of what Vipassana is. Now, I'd like you all to try something out with me. I want you to close your eyes, leave everything, and simply breathe. Close your eyes and simply breathe. Don't exaggerate your breathing, don't slow it down, don't fasten it, just breathe. Now, as you breathe, try to focus on the region above your upper lip, below your nose. As you keep breathing, just try to observe, see what you feel, maybe the air passing through, maybe a lightness, maybe itchiness, maybe some buzzing feeling, maybe a funny sensation, just anything. Now, as you breathe, try to see what you feel. Keep breathing. Don't visualize a feeling, don't imagine a feeling, just observe what is there. All right, you can open your eyes now. What you did right now is a practice called Anapana, a precursor to Vipassana. How does it help? How does it help you stay so calm? Try doing it for an hour, not opening your eyes, not moving around, not cracking your knuckles, simply observing. Now, let me talk about camp. The days at camp started as early as 5:30. They would wake us up with the ringing bell and we would start the day off in meditation. And so we'd follow out the meditation program for the rest of the days. One rule that we strictly had to follow at camp was to maintain absolute and utter silence. We couldn't make contact with anyone, not even eye contact. And it sounds so severe and so extreme, but let's compare it to when you're writing your exam. No phones, no contact with the outside world, just absolute silence. Why so? It's so you can focus on what you're doing and concentrate on the task at hand. Breathing was all I had to do, focusing my highly distracted mind, all the while trying to fight off the sleepiness from sitting so still. And the thing is, at home, I was used to talking to someone, used to being on my phone or watching the television. It went from all sorts of loud to utter silence with one decision. At least before, I got to be distracted. I had something to do. Here, I guess I had no choice but to listen to my mind, simply breathe and observe. So the first time, I left with not much to be proud of, but a huge respect for the process. And that's why I went seeking it one more time last year after my 11th grade. I joked about returning enlightened the first time, but this time I had truly transformed. I packed much more sensibly, leaving my rather maximalist lifestyle behind. I was able to manage my sleep well, avoiding dozing off during sessions. And yes, finally, I was able to sit through sessions without opening my eyes or cracking my knuckles or getting restless and impatient. Now, during the course, we would have something called a discourse session, essentially story time. With the help of stories and examples, we are taught the values and importance of what Vipassana is and why it's important. One of these stories, which still keeps me grounded, goes as one day a well-renowned teacher is walking on the road. Accidentally, he kicks a peasant laying on the ground. Out of anger, this man starts insulting him, starts abusing him, calling him all sorts of names. This hurts the teacher because it didn't fit well with this image that he had of himself in his mind. He got angered by these insults. How dare someone demean me like that? Now, another instance. This well-renowned teacher is walking alongside his beloved students who look up to him. Now, unfortunately, once again, he kicks the man laying on the road. As expected, out of anger, this man starts insulting him, starts abusing him, calling him all sorts of names. But the teacher feels worse now than he did before, because this time the image that he tried to imprint in his student's mind was insulted. He got so attached to this deity-like, idol-like version of himself that he was even more miserable than before. What does this teach us? Teaches us that deep down, we all are attached to this unrealistic, perfect versions of ourselves that we have in our mind, that we try so hard to polish it, to make it shine, that sometimes, unintentionally even, we expect others to uphold this image of ourselves. That any form of criticism or insult is like an axe to that statue, and it makes us so miserable. We get so connected to this unrealistic version of ourselves that we suddenly want a kind of validation, or we are averse to a kind of negative comment, and anytime we encounter such cravings or aversions, we become really miserable inside. What Vipassana helps you understand is that Whatever sensations that you feel are just a series of neuron reactions, be it lightness, itchiness, anger, pain, happiness, excitement, just about everything is just sensations. And all you have to do is simply observe them. You don't react to them, you just observe, thus breaking any connection that you may have of them. Maybe it's a pleasant sensation. You simply observe it. Don't form a connection of wanting more of it or wanting it again. Or maybe it's an unpleasant sensation. Don't create a connection of aversion. Don't run away from it. Don't be scared of it. Now, as I came out of camp, I started noticing these metaphorical spiders everywhere. Things I was scared to do, things I was uncomfortable to do, things that I just didn't want to do. Vipassana helped me how to remain calm, how to remain, in my space as I did these things, to not do them worried or scared. The biggest change I found in myself was when it came to moments of frustrations. I'm a tennis player when not a victim of knee surgery, and trust me, nothing is worse than making an unforced error when already in a bad point. I would start cussing at myself, throw my racket on the court, bang my racket, throw all sorts of tantrums. With Vipassana, I was able to bring myself back to my space of calm and peace by internally chanting, I can see the racket, I can see the ball, I can feel the racket. By simply observing the present, I was able to bring myself to it. My game changed by heaps and bounds. I was no longer craving the what if of a good point or averse by a previous or possible bad point. I was happier playing tennis, no longer thinking, oh no, not tennis again. I played so terribly last time. What if it happens again? Another instance is when I played the piano. Now, I've been playing since I was in the 2nd grade, and believe me when I say, no amount of years or experience has helped me how Vipassana did. Earlier, whenever I made a mistake, I would start playing the piano aggressively fast, trying to take all my frustration out. With Vipassana, my sense of timing improved. My sense of recognition of music got better. It's almost as if I was able to feel the music. This made music my newfound haven. I developed a newfound appreciation for the art. And I don't think I have to get onto the whole scientific impact it had on me. Now the thing is, this change that I talk about, it doesn't happen overnight or over an year even, because it's so difficult to tell yourself to breathe, to maybe tell a peer to breathe, tell somebody else to breathe when they're just really annoyed and angry. What happens is, when you sit still for a long period of time in the same position, maybe your leg starts cramping up, your back starts cramping up, you feel itchiness someplace. You have all sorts of unpleasant sensations. And what you train your mind to do is simply observe them, simply breathe. Thus, programming your body into instinctively staying calm at all situations. And you don't have to be perfect at it. I still have my moments when I get really annoyed and frustrated, and the collateral damage is maybe an argument with my dad, or days when I just can't get myself to study. And that's okay. That's why I still sit down almost every night, just breathing, simply observing. And I let myself have the experience of feeling these emotions, not running away from it, having the full chance to experience it. All I have to do is simply observe. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Triti. Your talk was truly alluring. May we now request Dr. Amrita Vora to please felicitate her.
Let us now welcome Chaitanya Kashyap, a spirited grade 3 student with a zest for life. At just 8 years old, Chaitanya has experience studying in multiple countries, embracing diverse cultures along the way. He loves making friends, playing games, practicing martial arts, and reciting Sanskrit shlokas with finesse. In 2024, he proudly won a silver medal in Taekwondo in Karnataka. His dream is to spread happiness wherever he goes, transforming lives with his warm hugs, cheerful spirit, and infectious positivity. He believes simple acts of kindness can create a ripple effect of joy and inspire others. Deeply connected to his family and school, he views them as vital spaces for sharing his message of cultivating smiles. It is my great honor to introduce someone who truly embodies the spirit of this idea. Please welcome Chaitanya Kashyap.
Hello. Do you feel successful in your career, or do you feel fulfilled at home? Does success lead to happiness, or does happiness lead to success? In our present society, discussions often revolve around AI, technology, IQ, and success. Our fast-paced world seems to give a lot of importance to success at the cost of happiness. Did you know India ranked very low, 126 on the Global Happiness Index? That means many people in India struggle to be happy. I started to wonder why. We talk so much about being smart and successful, but what about happiness? What's more important, being smart or being happy? I think we need both. Let's transform lives. Let's cultivate happiness. Ladies and gentlemen, and my dear friends, my name is Chaitanya Kashyap, an 8-year-old third grade student. Today, I am going to tell an experience that has transformed me and my family. So here it begins. Last year, when my family moved back to India, I had a chance to spend a few days at home with my elder brother. While our parents were on a business trip, my mom hired a nanny to take care of us. But the person we had felt a bit robotic rather than nurturing, more like a strict coach, asking me to arrange my things every now and then. That made me feel tired and annoyed. My brother adapted quickly out of fear, while I found myself a bit shy, often hiding behind him during our conversation. Unfortunately, our interaction felt mechanical and missing the happy life I was looking for. Our experience changed with the other nanny. She was completely different. She was joyful, cheerful, and happy. One day, I made a poor choice and tucked a milk powder packet into my pockets, consuming it without asking. My friends found out that I ate it, took me home to complain, and asked if I had a permission or not. After a pause, the nurse surprised everybody by saying yes, he had my permission. Then she invited my friends to my house, and they saw how well organized my playing kits toys were. They asked who did all of these, confused. She praised me in front of them and told how well organized I was. I was nowhere close to what she said about me that day, but I learned the importance of kindness and connection. And she was not from the top universities, but she was one of the happiest person I've ever met.
visited her home with her parents and felt a warm and welcoming environment. She made me feel smarter than I was. It's not what we say, but how we say it. I learned lessons with her without any classrooms. If we look at various studies, then we can find out that happiness leads to success. There's no guarantee that success will lead to happiness. Happy surroundings shape who we become. Was she happy because she was successful or other way around? We must reimagine how we are developing my generation. We must transform lives. We must cultivate happiness. Going back to my favorite nanny, I asked her how she became happier than others. She told me 3 points that I still remember since then. First thing was about her home. She said her mother was the heart and soul of the house, doing everything for the home, while the rest of them only focused in their jobs. But when she started to own her own family, she changed her ways. She invited everybody in the household chores, no matter if it was a boy or a girl. They had to help in the household chores, from cooking, cleaning, and even playing together. Second, that had hit the home for me. That reminded me of she had that. If we can say home as our first school, it teaches everything when we are just small. Going to my second point, I asked her, was this only because of your happy home? She said no, it was because of my school. Also, she said her school did not only focus on feelings, they did not only focus on grades, they also focused on feelings. She showed me a picture, babies playing with snakes without any fear. She said, fear is not something we are born with, fear is something that we learn. Going to my third point, I almost forgot. If we can say home as a first school, then we can obviously say school as a second home. Going to my third point, I asked her, is this only because of 2? She said, no, this is because of 3. She said that if we help our neighbors, help their neighbors, then we can make the world into a happier place. That reminded me of I felt so happy when I was the only one who knew the 9 times table. I taught it to others and they felt so proud. I felt like we all succeeded together. I truly dream of an India where people are not just smart and successful, but also happy. If we treat home as a first school, school as a second home, and community as family, we can make the world into a happier place. Happiness is a $0 investment, but food's worth $1 trillion. If not us, then who? If not now, then when? I'm leaving the stage with a big smile and a big hope that my community will change the next tide. Happiness tide lift all our ideas and spread it all over. Now, before going, I would ask one last question. Who all will be happy? Okay. Who all will be successful? Okay. But who all will be happy and successful? Great, all of you. I hope it's me, Chaitanya Kashyap, the next time. Thank you.
Thank you, Chaitanya, for such a passionate talk. Maybe now, request Amrita ma'am to please felicitate him.
Up next, we welcome Miss Anchal Kumawat. Magic is not just entertainment, but a powerful tool that can transform our lives. It amazes, inspires, and motivates us to achieve our dreams. Magic can inspire positive change, helping us overcome challenges and achieve our goals. Her aim is to inspire people to unlock the power of magic and transform their lives forever. Please welcome her on stage with a huge round of applause.
Hello. Namaste. My name is Anchal, and for as long as I remember, I have been making things disappear. From coins to rings to people, and sometimes even myself. But then, in 2020, when the world shut down, my career disappeared. I was used to hearing applause 100 times a day, and suddenly I was surrounded by silence. But before we continue to this story, let's step back in time. So, in the year is 1996. A 3-year-old child is sitting on the counter of her father's shop. She is doing something that none of the adults can do. Seeing this, her father realizes that maybe this child would walk a different path. And that is when he continues to teach her magic. This is the earliest memory that I have. You see, my father was not a magician, but he was in love with this art. And just as parents buy building blocks for their children, my father bought me magic tricks. And those magic tricks became building blocks for my life. At 4.5 years old, I was pushed on stage to perform my first magic show. Now, even though I did not quite understand what was happening around me, the cheers, the applause, and my face in the newspaper the next morning, deep down, it made me very happy. My father then started scouting for events where I could showcase my newfound talent. And slowly, the events started getting bigger and bigger. And soon, under the direction of my father, we launched our first Grand Illusion show. That one Grand Illusion show ran for a month and then 2. And before we knew it, I was spending 10 months on the road touring the country as Jadugar Aanchal. And all this happened before my 8th birthday. With the tour came TV shows, international contracts, and world records. I also dedicated much time to social causes, spreading the messages of national integration, saving the environment, women's safety, and more. Still, I wanted to go bigger, and in 2014, I attempted an escape that was so dangerous it could cost me my life. I was bound with 100 feet of chain and 100 padlocks, welded inside a box, lifted 100 feet in the air, and enclosed in a haystack. The haystack was then set ablaze. I only had seconds to escape before being burnt alive. I managed to emerge from the flames, imagining myself as a superhero. And one day, all this disappeared. The person who had spent all her life being on stage braved massive fires and suddenly was trapped within four walls, and no amount of lockpicks could help her escape. My entire world came crashing down. I felt like I was a nobody. Days became weeks, weeks became months. I kept falling deeper and deeper into a very dark place. Now let me reveal to you a little secret. I have always had a support system very close to my heart. He is my little brother. Yes, that's my little brother. To perk me up, he used to show me my old videos, reviews of shows, and TV appearances. And one day, he suggested me that we create a vision board, and hopefully, as I had emerged from the flames, I would rise again like a phoenix from the ashes. Around that time, there was an American TV show that would air internationally called Penn and Teller Fool Us. It was a dream of every magician to appear on that show. At this time, I have realized something, that you don't choose magic. Magic chooses you. But why is magic important? Why does it even matter? For me, magic is about inspiring wonder and awe. It's about boosting imagination and creativity, about providing escapism and stress relief. It's about preserving culture and history. It's about developing critical thinking and problem-solving skills. It's about encouraging curiosity and inquiry. It's about providing a unique form of storytelling. It's about, more importantly, it's about bringing joy and happiness into our lives. For me, magic is about witnessing the joy of families sharing moments together, the smiles, the laughter, the wonder in their eyes. Children embody the essence of magic with their innate curiosity, creativity, and zest for their life. But as we grow older, we often lose that sense of wonder, weighed down by responsibilities and stress. Magic has the power to reclaim that childhood sense of awe, encouraging us to ask questions, dream big, and find hope in the face of adversity. So now, I want to tell you that many times in life we face adverse situations. Sometimes people, sometimes situations pressurize us, fold our self-esteem, and make us feel like we are not good enough. So I want to remind you that no matter what life throws at you, it will never decrease your value. In fact, adverse situations can make you stronger and more resilient and increase our values. They can help us to find our inner strength, our courage, and our determination. So do not let anyone make you feel you are not enough. You are valuable. No matter what, just believe in your magic, believe in you. So I created my vision board and I pasted a picture of Fula's show along with the pictures of some of my other dreams. And then something amazing happened. My brother had an idea of modifying one of my magic acts and I shared it with my best friend David, who is also a magician. Together, we worked on the act and sent an audition tape to fool us. And then the wait began. But I did not just wait. I prepared, I practiced, I perfected. And then the news came. I had been selected to appear on the show and became the first girl from India to appear on that show. That was the moment. That was the moment of pure joy, pure elation. But it was not just about me. It was about the people who supported me, who encouraged me, who believed in me. In the middle of pandemic, we shot remotely my performance, and even though I did not fool Penn and Teller, but I had achieved international acclaim, and that resulted in me being featured on the cover of Vanish, the world's most famous magic magazine. So, magic had worked its magic in my life. By this time, the doors were opened, the masks were off, and hugging was legal again. I stepped back on stage and was ready to spread my magic. So this afternoon, I encourage all of you to step out into this world and spread your magic. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kumawat, for that touching talk. May we now request Dr. Amrita Vora to please felicitate her.
We would now like to welcome Dr. Alifia Syed on stage. She's a renowned astrologer, numerologist, and Vastu expert known for her ethical and scientifically grounded approach. With over a decade of experience, she has successfully consulted on a diverse projects, from factories to Bollywood homes across the globe. She's a frequent podcast guest, promoting a deeper understanding of her fields, and is committed to philanthropy, offering free Vastu consultations on auspicious occasions. Dr. Alifia champions Vastu and astrology as data driven disciplines, demystifying them and advocating against superstition. Her commitment to integrity and blending science with spirituality makes her a compelling figure in the field. Join us in giving her a big round of applause.
Remember that you are water. Be calm, decompose, cleanse, and just flow. Remember that you are earth, ground, build, and give. Remember that you are fire. Burn, tame, and ignite. Remember, you are space. Expand your thoughts and grow more. Hello everyone, I am Dr. Alifia, lifelong learner of Vastu and an astrologer. Vastu works on balancing of 5 elements: air, water, fire, earth, space. Today I'm gonna be talking about how these 5 elements represents everything around us. In today's time, when AI is taking everything from us and giving us beyond anything, is it what we really want? Is this the era where we are going to confine ourselves to apps? Are we not going to make any human connection? Tired and exhausted from trying. I'll be talking about the 5 elements with the small short stories or examples, and with that, I will try to explain or maybe remind us all how emotional intelligence is more important than artificial intelligence. Let me start with the first element, that is Earth. Earth represents stability, trust, momentum. In the time of COVID-19, when everything was falling apart, every medicine, every doctor, every hospital, every technology, every idea were the means to end the pandemic, but nothing was working in our favor. We never imagined sitting at a home that something like this will enter our house, enter our home, our lives, and will challenge or put to test our human intelligence, our idea of love and care, empathy, the seriousness of emotion. I still remember during the time of COVID-19 when my husband was in the hospital. He was there for good 10 to 15 days, and the hospital was like 1.5 hours away from my house. I used to just go there just to see him, as in from the road. I used to just ask him, come at the window. We used to just wave at to each other. And at that time, I just realized, look at the people around us, okay? They are risking their lives. When I meant the human and the people, I meant doctors, nursing staff, support staff, the person who's driving the ambulance, policeman. They are all out there to protect us, irrespective that they are risking their life too. Had it been AI, it would have just advised us to stay back home. Even post-COVID, AI did not understand the human emotion. A major e-commerce company, I'm just giving an example of a major e-commerce company, implemented AI to take care, AI customer service, chat bot in 2022 to take care of their customer complaint. A lady once complained about the delay of the delivery of the medicine of her daughter, but chatbot replied it with just one apology, a general apology. The same ticket was noticed by one of the human employee. He made sure he gave a call to the lady, gave a empathetic apology, and made sure that the medicine was delivered to her on the same day through some local pharmacy. Now, do we understand how AI and how EI works? How EI is more important than AI in our lives? Let me move to the next element, that is water. Water is one of the most important or the most purest form of energy in the universe. Though we human, we fail to understand its energy. Like Bruce Lee said, be like water, formless, shapeless. If you put water in a jar, it'll become a jar. If you put water in a vessel, it'll become a vessel. If you put water in any form, it'll take that form. Be calm and composed. In astrology and Vastu, we take water, we represents also mother and moon. I will give you a lovely example of a mother. So there was a mother with her 2 children. It was a bright sunny day, and they were heading towards a picnic. They were happy, they were singing, and there comes a terrible sound. Their vehicle got hit by a truck. The car rolled off the road. Women somehow came out of the car, but both the children were still stuck. The only way to get her children out of the car was to roll it back. Imagine a 70 kg woman moving a 1000 kg car. If I ask this question to any advanced artificial intelligence system, if they can describe this even to me, or if it's even possible, the answer will come impossible. But that lady, with the sheer love, compassion for her children, moved that car with her bare hands. As per the doctors, this phenomenon is called hysterical strength. Women did not bother about the weight. She was only looking at how to save my children. At that moment, every muscle in her body, every fiber of her being, every power of her mind came together. She became a superhuman, a god to her children. This is what AI does to us, even when AI have no reasons to explain why. Let me come to the third element, that is fire. Fire can also be represented as destruction and also as comfort. It does comfort us in winters in many ways if it's used correctly. We all have seen LA fire. We all have witnessed that. It destroyed everything which came in its way. 10,000 houses destroyed, $250 billion wasted, burned in just a couple of days. Life loss, wild life loss, gone. Then what happens? The human arrive with compassion to lift each other, to support each other, save the animals, prayers were offered, police comes, firefighter comes, and we are all together. That's what emotional intelligence does to all of us. In this, if you can see now, fire has one side of destruction, but the other side of fire is also as a sign of comfort and warmth, like I mentioned, if used correctly. Similarly, it's very important to strike a balance between AI, emotional intelligence, and human intelligence. Because if the AI goes in a wrong hand, wars will come, human life will be lost because of our egos. And if it goes in a wrong hand in the coming years, AI will become a mean to destroy human emotion. We should never forget that energy can never be created, can never be destroyed. It was always there and will always be. Let me move to the next element, that is air. Air represents growth, pran, communication, freshness. When in our life we want to make important decisions, such as may I marry this girl? May I forgive this person today? Should I still stay angry with this human? These all questions, if we need the answer, we need EI, our emotional intelligence. For an example, if I talk to AI and ask AI, tell me how my day is going to be today. AI is going to say, you know what? He'll describe about the temperature outside, the weather outside. He will even encourage me that you're going to have the most productive day today. But does AI know the reality of our relationship? Does AI know that one of the partner dominates the other one more? Does AI know that I've been slogging the entire day, I've been working hard the entire day, but still my boss doesn't appreciate me, he doesn't like me, he doesn't like my work? Does AI know that you are being a loyal partner, have been giving everything to your children, but still it's not enough? Do you think AI will have the answer for this? Yes. AI will have the answer if you write all this question, if you ask for all this question. But are we humans AI derived? No. We humans are emotional derived. If I have to Google about how to avoid a divorce. AI will give me 100 minimum articles. But what is the reality? The reality is home breaking, heart shattering, children suffering, disturbance of peace. Being an astrologer, in a day, I at least meet 10 people. And out of 10, 8 people, a person, are suffering from relationship issue. You know what is the main cause? What I realized? In our day-to-day life, we fail to understand how important small things are. We are okay to order the food at home, but we are not okay to take our spouses, our partner out for lunch, dinner, breakfast. Because we are in a hurry, because we are loaded with our work, we are under pressure. I always tell my client this one line whenever I have this issue, whenever I face a client with this issue, that small things get big changes in life. So try to make that effort of involving that small little things in your life. Of course, ordering food has made our life easier, but it is not solving our relationship problem. You need to spend time, you need to eat together. Let me come to the next element, and that is space. Space is intuition, space is expansion, space is infinity, space is possibilities. This is my favorite element, and I'm going to tell you my personal life experience, and I'm going to tell you in the mother tongue. I was in Spain. मैं स्पेन में थी और इवनिंग का टाइम था, स्ट्रोल कर रही थी, एक हाथ में कॉफ़ी था, एक हाथ में बैग था. I was passing a bus stop. I saw a woman, a old lady. उनको बहुत ट्रबल हो रहा था बेंच से उठकर बस बोर्ड करने के लिए. I ran to her. I left my bag and my coffee cup there. I helped her. Then I just picked up my coffee cup and I just left. After some 8 minutes, 7-8 minutes, I realized I forgot to pick up my handbag. I just ran. कि भाई bag तो, and of course no reward for guessing. Bag नहीं था वहाँ पर. Being Spain, language barrier, to locate a police station was another trouble. I somehow reached there. I was so upset and on my own foolishness. Anyways, they calmed me down, they asked me to have a seat and they will help me find my bag, and somebody will come and they will discuss what happened. They would make a report out of it. Then the lady comes and sits in front of me. She gets a call on her landline. And she started talking again in their language, again alien to me, and I was getting frustrated. I'm like, lady, listen to me. And then while she's talking on the phone, she asked me, was it a brown bag, LV bag? And I said, yes. And I was like, how do you know? And she's like, okay. And then she hangs up the phone and she says, we found your bag. A policeman is getting in 15 minutes. You know what happened the other side of the story? When I left, a pickpocketer, उन्होंने वो बैग उठा लिया था. He boarded a next bus or maybe some other bus. और वो जाकर एक बस में उनका बैड लक, मेरा गुड लक, जहाँ बैठे थे उसके एग्जैक्टली सामने एक पुलिस ऑफिसर था जो सिविलियन क्लोथ्स में था, वो कैजुअल क्लोथ्स में था. He was not in the uniform. When this guy was opening the zip of the bag, he just realized, wait. The the cop said to that man, this is not your bag, do not open. Now, what happened here is emotional intelligence. The cop could recognize this. कि ये इनका बैग नहीं है, is because of his emotional intelligence, because the number of years of experience he had, because of the training he received. Okay, in the farthest imagination, okay, AI would never judge this, and I don't think so AI would be able to even track in 15 minutes or half an hour where my bag was. So just like what happens when we are in the hospital, doctors, how they treat patients in emergency, how the soldiers are on the war field. So to conclude this, I just want to tell you all, we can take the help of AI, to support us, to help us, to build us, but AI can never replace emotional intelligence. Thank you so much.
Thank you for that wonderful talk, Dr. Alifia. May we now request Dr. Amrita Vora to please felicitate her.
Next up is Anya Goyal, a ninth grader by day and plotting world domination through her words at night. Apart from being a published author and loving horse whisperer, Anya also thrives on reading and dancing. When you can't seem to find her, she's probably curled up, reading in a nook or pretending to be a professional dancer in her living room. With a pen in her hand and the world at her fingertips, she's ready to write her own destiny, one chapter at a time. Please join me in giving a warm welcome to Anya Goyal.
We will make electricity so cheap that only the rich will burn candles, said Thomas Edison in the early 1880s. Now in 2025, a whooping century and a half later, Edison's vision still remains unfulfilled for much of the world. Hi, my name is Anya Goyal, and I've grown up surrounded by electricity. Having never seen it as anything other than a default amenity, I frankly would not have believed you had you told me electricity is considered a modern luxury by so many all over the world. I truly hadn't thought about it until one lonely Sunday afternoon, the day before my maths paper, in fact, when I grappled with a longer and much more infuriating power outage than ever before. While I definitely can't claim to fully grasp the struggles of those who live without electricity, the moment gave me some insight into the gravity of their challenges, enough to inspire the idea I'll be sharing today. Before the advent of electricity, life was incredibly different. People would wake at dawn and rest at dusk, aligning their activities with the natural light. Candles or oil lamps illuminated homes, and the night sky was a vivid canvas of stars, unhindered by the light pollution of modern cities. In 19th century Britain and Ireland, there were knocker-uppers who were hired to knock on the windows of people with sticks or pea shooters in order to wake them up for work, as there were no alarm clocks. One can only guess how these knocker-uppers woke up themselves. Despite all of this, we see in notable newspapers, electricity companies still had to put up ads to convince people of the usefulness of electricity, which I find fairly ridiculous, which also just goes to show even groundbreaking images can be marred by their expense. Notice here, electricity was never just about light. It symbolized progress and modernity. It powered machines, simplified chores, and sparked innovations, laying the foundation for technologies and industries we rely on today. As of today, electricity access varies widely. Sub-Saharan Africa still struggles with 600 million people lacking power. The Pacific Island nations face unique geographic challenges. Latin America and the Caribbean enjoy high access with some rural gaps. And Middle East and North Africa is largely electrified despite occasional instability. Reflecting on all of this, let me bring you to my first encounter with collective environmental action. At the age of 12, I stumbled upon this global movement called Earth Hour. Earth Hour is a simple but powerful initiative where on the last Saturday of March, people worldwide, be it households, industries, and even governments, switch off their lights for an entire hour. Fascinated by the idea that something so individually small could have such huge impacts, I decided to share this newfound knowledge with my neighborhood. Armed with a stack of homemade pamphlets and a few equally curious friends, we marched out to spread the word. Though it felt more like a modest attempt at converting skeptics than a grand mission to save the planet. However, ever since then, there's always been the thought in mind of how individuals, how the working middle class can contribute to this battle against the world's powerless expanse. And this question here becomes even more pressing when we regard the current energy landscape. Did you know 80% of the energy consumed worldwide comes from fossil fuels? This is problematic due to its number one, environmentally damaging, number two, resource depleting, and number three, economically exhausting nature. Environmentally damaging, resource depleting, economically exhausting. Now, in order to ensure electricity access to each and all, we must find a solution to all of these problems. And this solution, drumroll please, lies in solar power. Think about it. Harnessing sunlight, an endless and sustainable source, costs, can you believe, only half as much as the electricity generated by fossil fuels. This helps us, as solar power doesn't harm the environment, deplete our natural resources, or strain the economy. And that kills three birds with one stone. The next problem we come across in this endeavor of worldwide electrification regards real estate and economy, which, to clarify, space for our solar panel installation and the money to fund it. You'd be surprised to know New York City, Paris, London, Mumbai, Tokyo, and Seoul, today's epitomes of futurism, have ironically very few solar panel installation. This is due to the fact that because of congestion, our urban areas simply do not have the space to put up solar panels. While in contrast, rural areas with huge expanses of land could fit 230,000 solar panels in only 100 acres. Which leads us to this confusing paradox. Urban areas have the economy, yet lack the real estate for solar panel installation. And rural areas, those with the unsatisfied need of electricity, have the real estate, yet lack the economy. Here comes the vision I present to you. Let's all picture this scenario. Two families set out to meet up for dinner, to make and enjoy a big pot of soup. Due to any miscommunication, which, let's be honest, happens to all of us, they end up with enough ingredients to make the soup, but not enough bowls to serve them, or enough bowls, but not enough ingredients. And in both these cases, no one ever really gets a full meal. Now, supposing this one family living nearby the grocers volunteers to get all the ingredients, and the other family owning a china shop gets all the bowls, we see this collaborative effort to ensure maximum output. In these cases, everyone gets a serving of soup. Relating to this, our urban areas will bring the ingredients, the funds, the economy, and our rural areas will bring the bowls, or shall I say real estate, to bring this arrangement to life. Let us now get to the core of this idea. The working revolves around unrealized resources. Our urban areas will invest in the solar panel installation in the rural areas for the rural residents, and this would essentially be organized by the government. In other words, urban residents pay for the electricity used by the rural residents. But wait, hold up. How does that make sense exactly? Why would our urban residents do such a thing? You see, these urban residents are heavily burdened by the rising electricity bills, once again issued by the government. Now, on investing in the solar panel installation, our urban residents will receive cut percentages on their monthly electricity bills. In a range of 4 to 7 years, the entirety of the investment makes its way back to the urban residents. Pretty cool, no? Though not an incredibly profitable investment in light of other fields, say the stock market, this idea focuses on the potential of our resources. It allows me to cover my own electricity costs while also supporting those in need, while also empowering those in need. One way of this empowerment is job opportunities. The solar panel project requires both skilled and unskilled labor, ranging from technicians to electricians, to engineers to drivers, to cleanup crew, to maintenance assistants. The duration of employment for those involved in the installation lasts from 2 to 6 weeks, and for those in the maintenance, 20 to 30 years. One issue we may seem to come across is the transparency between the people and the government. How do I know where my investment is being used? How do I know what impact is being made? In order to build this bridge, in order to build trust, we introduce this mobile app designed to keep you connected every step of the way. From project milestones to stories of empowered villagers, the app will ensure that you're not just investing, you're becoming a part of the movement that's lighting up lives. Talking about becoming a part of the movement, there's still one puzzle piece left. How do we convince private companies to get in on this cause? 2 words: carbon credits. Imagine this big empty jar all for yourself. Each time you do something bad for the environment that creates pollution, like driving a car or using energy from coal, you put 1 marble into your jar. Now, think of this jar as a conscience. The heavier it gets, the more marbles in the jar, the more guiltier your conscience becomes, the more need you have to get rid of your marbles. Now, suppose there's someone who does something good for the environment, such as planting trees or putting up solar panels. Each time they do something good and are able to take a marble out of their jar, they'll earn a carbon credit. We have these companies ranging from automobiles to shipping to telecommunication who all have these huge marble-filled jars and the need to empty them. In our scenario, our solar panel project has earned enough carbon credits that it has the capacity to sell them. These companies will buy these carbon credits, get rid of their guilty conscience, and the money that we earn will be used to further fund the solar panel project. Companies can reduce emissions in ways that they almost might have never been able to do by themselves. And in essence, that is what solar empowerment is all about. To make a difference to lives, to the planet, and yes, your bank account as well, in ways you would have never dreamt possible. To a future of opportunity and sustainability, and if I may say, revolutionary metamorphosis. From our beloved knocker-uppers with their handy pea shooters to worldwide connectivity. Because when all is said and done, it's only by truly connecting the world can you empower it and thus transform it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Anya, for such a gripping talk. May we now request Dr. Amrita Vora to please felicitate her? Thank you so much, ma'am.
Up next, we have Parth Sharma, who will take us on a beautiful musical journey with his voice. Music has a way of touching the soul, and Sufi music, with its deep emotions and powerful messages, does that like no other. Get ready to be immersed in a soulful and captivating musical experience. Sit back and soak in the melody. Let's give a big round of applause for Parth.
अर्जिया सारी मैं चेहरे पे लिख के लाया हूँ तुमसे क्या मांगू मैं तुम खुद ही समझ लो मौला या मौला 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 मेरे मौला 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 मेरे मौला 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 दरारे दरारे हैं माथे पे मौला मरम्मत मुकद्दर की कर दो मौला मेरे मौला तेरे दर पे झुका हूँ मिटा हूँ बना हूँ तेरे दर पे झुका हूँ मिटा हूँ बना हूँ मरम्मत मुकद्दर की कर दो मौला मरम्मत मुकद्दर की कर दो मौला 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 मेरे मौला 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 दरारे दरारे हैं माथे पे मौला मरम्मत मुकद्दर की कर दो मौला मेरे मौला जो भी तेरे दर आया झुकने वो सर आया मस्तियाँ पिए सबको झूमता नजर आया जो भी तेरे दर आया झुकने वो सर आया मस्तियाँ पिए सबको झूमता नजर आया प्यास लेके आया था दरिया वो भर लाया नूर की बारिश में हो नूर की बारिश में भीगता सतर आया मौला 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 मेरे मौला 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 दरारे दरारे हैं माथे पे मौला मरम्मत मुकद्दर की कर दो मौला मेरे मौला थैंक यू
Indeed, a spectacular performance. Thank you so much for that mind-blowing performance.
Our next speaker, Ms. Soumya Saraogi, founder of Kid Diary, a compelling consumer tech solution making it simple for parents to discover high quality and meaningful learning and engagement for their children. Through robust curation as well as co-creation in collaboration with outstanding educators across academics and extracurriculars covering both online and offline modes, Kid Diary is on a mission to democratize the vast but fragmented space for children's edutainment. Kid Diary is Soumya's maiden entrepreneurial venture. After 17 years in banking, including a 15-year stint with HSBC, she was inspired to take the plunge and build Kidayari after having experienced the gap as a hands-on parent to her now 8-year-old. When taking a break, Soumya pursues her keen interests in personal growth, conservation, and animal welfare. Please join me in welcoming her on stage.
One at a disadvantage and not expected to win. That is how the dictionary defines an underdog. And I'm going to talk about why it can be good to be. Paths to these different destinations are intertwined and overlap. And here is where somehow we find ourselves pitted against others. And winning this competition requires resources. The resources could be material, money and things that come from it, or a privilege more subtle, for example, network. So what do you do then when you do not have all of what you need and it's so much more tough to come out on top? Well, you try harder. And that's perhaps one of the biggest advantages of the disadvantage of being an underdog. When we feel it's hard, we try harder. We give it more of us because we have less of else. Malcolm Gladwell, in his book David and Goliath, shares interesting findings from a study conducted at Princeton University using the cognitive reflection test, or CRT. When students were given the test the normal way, they averaged a score of 1.91. Later, the questions were printed out in a difficult to read font. And guess what happened? The scores went up. The difficulty in reading the questions made the students pay greater attention and think harder. When we work harder, we effectively use tools in our control. For one, creativity. When constrained with limited resources, we show ingenuity and come up with unconventional strategies to make the most of what we have. Apple, Netflix, Indigo Airlines, they've scripted some of the most remarkable innovations and innovative ways of doing business. Nancy Tyagi made her way from a small town to the red carpet by stitching her own wardrobe. Underdogs are good for the society. Another advantage with the underdog is the support, or at times sympathy, they receive. The notion of someone without privilege, battling the odds, braving powerful adversaries, always enchants us. We are undoubtedly moved by such stories and we root for these heroes. For instance, Rocky Balboa, Rohit Sharma. And this can be immensely motivating to the underdog, adding to the intrinsic motivation they already have. A famous saying goes, what would you do if you were not afraid? In the underdog context, it is often, what would you do if you were afraid? Driving the underdog is hunger for something bigger, better, higher, or breaking free to a new life. And that can be incredibly powerful. The kinds that explain the uncanny strength that shows up in the battered hero who rises from the near dead to come back and deliver that final fatal blow to a more powerful villain. The underdog, therefore, is not merely someone at a disadvantage, but someone who is still in the fight in spite of it. Coming back, my status as an underdog isn't new. I grew up seeing financial hardship, but I now know that it was an essential building block of the grit to overcome that hardship. And that awareness also makes me deeply conscious that these hardships don't apply to my 8-year-old, thankfully. But there is the absence of a certain friction that polishes the diamond. We know of several billionaires who've pledged most of their wealth to charity, so that their children have the impetus to strive. Now, that leaves the average parent in a quandary. The very limitations that goaded us to work hard, build a life, are now what we lament as the necessary character builders in our children. Don't get me wrong, I'd rather have the wealth and give it away than not have it at all. But in an age of increasing comfort and instant gratification, how do we imbibe growth mindset in our children? How do we inspire them to prioritize effort over ability and nurture the grit to persevere? I don't have the answer, but I have an idea. Move out of the comfort zone. Completing a decade and a half in banking coincided with my child starting formal school. I strongly considered working part-time to slow down, focus on his growing needs, and generally catch up with life. And then I started up. I now work 7 days with passion and make time for my child. The absence of an assured paycheck and finding myself a fresher in entrepreneurship, I'm discovering resilience in me I never knew I had. In the context of children, this could mean spending time on something they do not seem to be good at. As parents, we tend to focus on nurturing what we believe we have a knack for. But exposing them to a new domain that requires them to stretch, to endure, helps them tackle the unknown and the uncomfortable. So here it goes. If you'd like to harness the strength of the underdog, change your arena. And with this, I hope that you can summon your inner David even when you are Goliath. Thank you.
Thank you for those enlightening words, Ms. Sarogi. May we now request Dr. Amrita Vora to please felicitate her.
Up next, we have Shriyansh Kanmas, a grade 7 student who is an ambitious and curious young individual with a wide range of passions: gaming, football, and solving Rubik's Cubes. What truly drives him, however, is his belief in a world without borders, a world where unity, connection, and collaboration replace division. Inspired by the global connections he sees through play and influenced by the works of authors like Chetan Bhagat and Dan Brown, Shriyansh dreams of a future where opportunities are endless and everyone can grow together no matter where they come from. Today, he will share how his passions and vision are guiding him towards a world that is more connected and limitless. And now, to take us on this journey of ideas and inspiration, please join me in welcoming Shriyansh Kanmas to the stage.
I remember this one afternoon. I was sitting in a park in a foreign country with my parents. It was one of those moments where every single thing felt unsafe. The language, the sounds, even the smell of the air. I had been traveling for a while and I felt a little out of place. As I sat there, I noticed a group of kids playing soccer nearby. They were laughing, shouting, completely lost in their game. They looked so different from each other, different appearances, different ages, and from the snatches of the conversation I could catch, they spoke in different languages too. But none of that had seemed to matter. And of course, being me, I sat there like, well, I'm gonna sit this one out. I don't know the language or the rules. And honestly, I've got a questionable track record with sports. What truly struck me was how effortlessly they worked together. A boy who didn't speak the same language as the others motioned for a pass, and the ball flew to him. A girl tripped and fell, and a boy helped her up. It was their little world, and everyone fit right in. It was truly a world without borders. They didn't need words to communicate with each other. They understood each other through gestures, through the rhythm of the game. It is a little universe of their own where everyone had a place. Sitting there, I realized something profound, that they were all connected by something simple and pure, which was the shared joy of playing together. I sat there for a while, smiling a little at their energy, and then suddenly something inside me shifted. I felt this pull, this urge to join them. At first, I hesitated. I didn't know the language or the rules. But then again, I remembered that none of that had stopped them from connecting with each other. So, why should it stop me? I stood up, glanced at my parents, who gave me a small nod of encouragement, and I walked towards the group. A boy noticed me and kicked the ball in my direction. That was it. I was part of the game. No need for a language or a passport. In those few minutes of playing, I forgot about being in a foreign place. I forgot about the feeling like I didn't belong. All that mattered was the shared joy of playing together. It made me think that if a bunch of kids can create a borderless world in a park, what's stopping the rest of us? Maybe transformation starts with something simple as kicking a ball or being open with people no matter how different they seem. The first step is to decrease the barriers we have set in our own minds and connect with people by not judging them from where they are. Because in the end, we are all from the same world. Seriously, we could solve world problems if we just played a little more soccer. Today in history, we stand at an important point, one where we can imagine the world united as one humanity. Today, as we embark on the theme Transformation Reimagined, a world without borders, let us look back at history and learn from those who dared to dream of unity. Let's start with Alexander the Great, a name linked with ambition and vision. By the time he died in 323 BC, his empire stretched across 5.2 million square kilometers. But his greatness wasn't just about how much land he ruled, it was about how he brought people together. Throughout his life, he worked to blend the cultures of the East and the West. In fact, he held a large ceremony where over 80 generals married Persian women, and he found 70 cities where Greek, Persian, and Indian ideas mixed together, creating the Hellenistic Age, one where art, philosophy, and knowledge crossed boundaries. Centuries later, Emperor Ashoka gave us another example. After the brutal war of Kalinga, which left 150,000 people displaced and 100,000 people dead, Ashoka chose to stop spreading his empire through violence and instead chose to spread peace and kindness. His teachings reached away far places like China, Sri Lanka, and Thailand, promoting coexistence and unity. He showed us that greatness comes from fostering connections, not divisions. Despite these inspiring examples, our world today still remains divided. Over 70 million people have been forced to leave their homes due to wars and conflicts. And global military spending has hit $2.24 trillion in 2022. Meanwhile, 828 million people go to bed hungry every single night. This shows us that there's a lot of work which still needs to be done, and the challenges we still need to be faced to create a world without borders. In our connected world, technology is already breaking some of these barriers. The internet connects over 5.4 billion people, and global trade has lifted a billion people out of poverty.
However, this progress is uneven, as still a billion people don't have internet access. This shows us that digital borders still remain a big challenge. Today's borders are not just physical, they are ideological, economical, and digital. These invisible borders are just as powerful as the physical one. This is the time where everyone is faced to challenges, but there is still hope. The future isn't set in stone. We can change it. To achieve this, we need global governance which ensures fair representation and shared decision making. Economic integration must reduce inequalities and foster prosperity for all. Cultural exchange and education embraces a diversity while finding unity in shared values like empathy and respect. A borderless world may seem utopian, but it starts with small steps: cooperation, compassion, and a shared vision of a world where we're all united by one single thing, which is humanity. Throughout history, people have tried to challenge borders, sometimes through treaties and sometimes through sheer stubbornness. Take the Schengen zone in Europe, for example. So basically, in 1985, a bunch of countries gathered up and were like, what if we stop checking borders? And it worked. Now, over 27 countries let people move freely. And this is proof that open borders don't lead to total chaos. And then there's the Zapatistas in Mexico, who have been doing their own thing since the 1990s. They've been running autonomous communities since a long time without much regard to national borders. They've essentially told the government, thanks, but no thanks. And again, there's Christiana in Denmark, which is really just a bunch of activists who took over an abandoned military base. These examples might be a Europe-wide agreement or a revolutionary movement or really just a bunch of determined hippie commune. These all show us that if we are united and persistent enough, the idea of a world without borders isn't so far-fetched. Now, let's think about what we could achieve in a world without borders. One, we could foster an exchange of ideas and opportunities, driving innovation and prosperity for all. We could unite to tackle climate change, which has already displaced 140 million people since 2022. This isn't just some dream, it is something we need to make happen. We must believe that what connects us as humans is greater than anything that divides us. We must take inspiration from leaders like Alexander and Ashoka. This may seem utopian, but it comes with small steps, cooperation, and even a little soccer. Okay, maybe not soccer, but you get the idea. When we break down these barriers, we don't just create a world without borders. We truly create a future without limits. Thank you.
Thank you for your spectacular words, Shriyansh. May we now request Dr. Amrita Vora to please felicitate him.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Please welcome our next speaker, Arya Nair, to the stage. She is a talented grade 8 student with a passion for both science and technology. Since the age of 5, she has embraced the art of classical dance, blending creativity with discipline. She is a sportswoman who shows her talent in the sport of basketball. She is also a senior prefect at ELPRO International School, where her leadership and her enthusiasm inspire those around her. An avid reader, She loves exploring the realms of science and emerging technologies, constantly seeking new knowledge. With her unique combination of intellect, artistry, and leadership, she is poised to make a meaningful impact in both the life of scientific and artistic worlds. Please put your hands together for our school's young prodigy, Miss Arya Nair.
Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, and anyone here who just wanted to hear about how computers are going to save us all from a common cold. I come to you today with exciting news about the future of healthcare. No, it's not a new pill or a miracle diet that only requires you to eat pizza while binge watching your favorite TV shows. It's quantum computing. Yes, that thing you've heard about, but definitely have no idea what it actually is. Trust me, I barely do, and I spend my entire time Googling it. Let us imagine for a moment a world where diseases are diagnosed so quickly that even WebMD would get jealous. Where treatments are delivered faster than your coffee order, and where the doctors prepare the drug prescriptions before the patient even finishes telling his symptoms. Sounds like a science fiction, right? Well, not for quantum computers. Let me tell you about Emily. Like many of us, she balances work, family, and her life demands. One day, while in a meeting, she suddenly feels anxiety take over her. Her heart races, thoughts scatter, and she has no clear reason why. By the end of the day, she is drained, struggling to make sense of it. But what if we could predict this before it hits? Here's where quantum computing comes in. Unlike regular computers, quantum computers could process vast amounts of data at once. Imagine an algorithm that could detect even the subtle shifts in your body. Your heart, your breath, your brain activity, and can even alert you to rising stress. For Emily, this could mean catching anxiety early and finding calm before it spirals. I truly believe quantum computing is going to transform society in ways we cannot even imagine. Kind of like how a toddler can transform your clean house into a war zone in just a second. But today, I am going to share some mind-blowing insights that will leave you all so dazed that you all will wonder if we've accidentally invented time travel along the way. In our era, we revolutionized computers to make them so much faster. Imagine you're in a huge library with millions of books. You're looking for one specific book, but you don't know where exactly it is. Just that it's somewhere in the library. If I had a regular computer, it would search for the book one by one. Book per second, it would take several weeks to find the book that you need. A supercomputer, with its ability to check many books at once, let's say 1,000,000 books per second, it would find your book in just a few minutes, dramatically speeding up the search. A quantum computer, with its ability to process many possibilities at once, would check through all the books at the same time. It would find your book instantly, in no time at all. Hence, like I said, revolutionary. Quantum computing is advancing medicine through its ability to simulate organs. Human organs are highly complex, with intricate interactions between cells, tissues, molecules, and systems, which is really challenging for classical computers to model. Quantum computers could simulate organs like the heart and brain at molecular level, allowing researchers to test drugs virtually before administering them to patients. This could revolutionize personalized medicine, enabling highly tailored treatments. Cool, right? And with quantum computing enabling virtual drug testing, we're now one step closer to eliminating the need for animal testing. It is estimated that about 110 million animals are involved to test drugs, chemicals, and cosmetics. Astonishing, right? And with quantum computing, we could potentially be able to reduce those numbers. Quantum computers could help look at the molecular interactions between drugs and human tissues. This eliminates the need for scientists to test in animals. Animal testing being reduced, now we can work on more ethical, efficient, and precise methods for advancing medical research. I earlier spoke about Emily. Her situation is something many of us face in our day-to-day lives. It is estimated that about 1 in 26 people suffer from anxiety according to the World Health Organization. Quantum computers could simulate the neural networks at an unprecedented scale, which could potentially lead to better insights into the biochemical and electrical interactions, which cause mental health disorders, opening the door to more effective treatments. Quantum computing holds a promise to transform mental health research, enabling deeper insights into the brain activity, faster drug development, and more personalized treatments, ultimately leading to better care and outcomes for those suffering from mental health conditions. Quantum computing is now tackling one of science's most persistent problems, protein folding. I know it sounds something really new, but proteins are like the tiny machines in our body. They help us digest our food, fight diseases, and even let us think. But here's the catch. Proteins are like pricky little divas. In order to function properly, they must fold into the right shape, like a key fitting perfectly into a lock. If they're even a little off, the key doesn't fit, and the protein just throws a tantrum and refuses to work. For decades, scientists have struggled to figure out how a protein folds correctly. With so many possible combinations, it's like trying to find the right key in a bag of 1,000 keys, while blindfolded and your hands tied at the back. And no regular computer can handle that many options at once. Unlike your regular laptop, which, I'm sorry to say, but might struggle to open a dozen of tabs without crashing, quantum computers could look at millions of proteins fold simultaneously. Like a superhero who can solve millions of puzzles at once without breaking a sweat. Scientists have struggled to figure out how a protein folds correctly. They know the sequence of amino acids in a protein, but figuring out how those amino acids fold to form a fully functional protein is incredibly difficult. This is because there's so many possible ways for the amino acids to fold, so many combinations, that it is almost impossible to predict accurately using regular computers. Now enter quantum computing. Unlike your regular computer, which might solve a problem step by step, quantum computers could analyze millions of proteins fold simultaneously. Why does this matter, you ask? This is because misfolded proteins are behind diseases like Alzheimer's, Parkinson's, and cancer. For example, 55 million people globally suffer from Alzheimer's, which is caused by the misfolded proteins of the brain. These proteins form plaques that disrupt brain function, leading to cognitive decline. Quantum computers could speed up the discovery of new treatments by simulating protein folding faster and more accurately than classical computers. It could cut down the drug development time by up to 90%, potentially saving the pharmaceutical industry billions of dollars annually. This could accelerate treatments and reduce research costs dramatically. Quantum computing holds a promise to transform medical research in several ways. In drug efficiency, it could accelerate drug development by up to 90%, making treatments available much faster than traditional methods. Cost reduction is also a significant benefit, with quantum computing potentially being able to save the pharmaceutical industry billions of dollars annually by optimizing the drug development process. Environmentally, quantum computers could help reduce the carbon footprint of pharmaceutical research, which currently generates over 52 million tons of carbon dioxide every year. In terms of predicting disease outbreaks, quantum models could process vast amounts of data in real time. improving early warning systems for pandemics, potentially saving millions of lives. Lastly, in diagnostics, quantum computers could help create highly accurate predictive models, leading to faster and more precise diagnosis, which could lead to better care for many people. Hence, I believe quantum computing will drive in societal change by solving complex problems faster, improving healthcare, tackling climate change, and creating more efficient industries, ultimately transforming the way we live and work. In conclusion, quantum computing is like having that super fast robot doctor who can figure out the best medicine before you even finish saying, ah. It can help doctors find cures quicker so we can stay healthier and maybe even make the flu extinct. With quantum computing on our side, the future of healthcare is looking like one big awesome science experiment. If you're not confused by quantum mechanics, you don't understand it, said Richard Feynman. And honestly, if we completely understood quantum mechanics, we would have solved all the world problems by now. But just because it's confusing doesn't mean we should quit. It's like trying to build a furniture without its instructions. With patience, we will get there, and the breakthroughs are just ahead. Thank you.
Thank you for sharing your thoughtful ideas, Arya. We now request Dr. Amrita Vora to please felicitate her. Thank you so much, ma'am.
We hope you have enjoyed this session of speakers. We will now take a short 15-minute break. A reminder to those audience members who will be leaving the event now to kindly return your guest ID cards at the registration desk. For the audience members staying for the second session of speakers, please be back in your seats by 3:45 p.m. so we can start the next session promptly. Thank you.
event. Before we begin, we want to reiterate a few important notes about today's event. This event is being recorded for the official website and is being streamed live on ELPRO International School's YouTube channel with the potential to reach a much wider audience. This is why it's imperative that you remain seated until dismissed for breaks. Make sure to turn off all cell phones so as to not interrupt the program or the recording. We request you to not move out of the auditorium while the talks are being delivered. If you must leave the auditorium at any point of time, please make sure to have your guest ID cards with you, as these will need to be shown upon re-entry.
We also want to encourage you to post about the event on social media during the breaks. It is a sincere request to not take photographs with a flash, as it may distract the speaker. Kindly submit your guest ID cards at the registration desk outside when you are finally exiting the event.
Our first speaker for this session is Mr. Mustafiz Siddiqui. He is an experienced legal professional with over 11 years in corporate law, company secretarial matters, corporate governance, and business administration. Holding a law degree, company secretary qualification, and a postgraduate diploma in business administration, he has worked with leading organizations in sectors such as aerospace, automotive, shipping, telecom, and IT. Previously, he served as legal counsel at Marks Line, Reliance Jio, and more. He currently leads the corporate compliance, contracts, and advisory department at a high-growth startup that achieved unicorn status in 2022. His expertise includes contract negotiation, providing legal advice on corporate and commercial matters, ensuring compliance with legal and regulatory requirements, and specializing in data protection and privacy laws. Let's welcome him with a huge round of applause.
Thank you for that introduction. It's great to see everyone gathered here. My name is Mustafiz and I'm a lawyer by profession, as you heard. Do you know, I have an accountant friend, and do you know what we usually joke about? What is the primary or the fundamental difference between a lawyer and an accountant? The difference is that the accountants know that they're boring, right? The lawyers essentially are not aware of the fact that they're boring. So with that, you have a hint of what is coming your way in next 8 to 10 minutes, right? So when we went to the law school, we had a teacher who used to teach us legal history. Yes, that is a subject. And that particular professor used to tell us that a mediocre teacher will tell you what to do. A good teacher will explain to you what needs to be done. But a superior teacher will demonstrate everything to you. But you know what a mentor does differently, or even beyond this demonstration? A mentor essentially inspires you. And I strongly believe that inspiration lies at the heart or at the bottom of any learning experience, right? Now, we often look towards schools, teachers, and our coaches to mentor our child. But you know, if I tell you the most influential mentor that you'll ever need, that your child will ever need in your life, can be found at your home itself. And that's you. Yes, I'm talking about you. But for that, you need to make a paradigm shift. A paradigm shift from parenting to mentoring. And that brings me to today's topic, that's beyond discipline, from going from parent to a mentor. Now, mentoring per se, you can look at mentoring as a recipe, right? A lot of ingredients go into the recipe. Even if you move a couple of ingredients here and there, you still get something which is edible, which you can eat. But there are certain basic aspects which you cannot mess up with, which you cannot go wrong at all, right? Let's focus today on those basic aspects which are needed to ensure that you transform yourself from a parent to a mentor. That's the power of mentorship. The first ingredient in this recipe of mentorship, or this which will help you in the transition, is mindset. As a parent, you need to develop mindset. I'm not sure how many people have heard of this word, but mindset essentially means that you as a parent, are aware of your own thoughts, are aware of your emotions. Unless you as a parent are clear on what is your thought process, what is your emotional state right now, you'll never be able to connect with your kids, with your child. Even though you understand his emotion, but if your emotions are misaligned, you'll never be able to make an impact. That's why mindset is very important. Mindset is like driving. Driving is a regulated exercise, right? There are two aspects to any regulated exercise. One is you need to perceive where you're going. Second is you should be able to modify where you're going. That's exactly how mindset works. You should be able to perceive your thoughts. You should be able to know what your emotional state of mind is, and then steer clear of the negative aspects, hold on to the positive ones, and then interact with your child. That will make an immense impact. Now, moving on to the next recipe. As parents, I would like to ask you, I'm pretty sure that everyone at some point in time must have experienced a dilemma wherein you have two or more options. Now you have to decide which option is better for you. Maybe it can be a career choice, or it can be a small decision like which car to buy. This has more features, that's a better brand, right? This particular indecisiveness is often very frustrating. At some point in time, we have always been a part of that indecisiveness. Now imagine your child going through exactly same situation, right? He has broken something at home. Now he cannot decide whether to tell you or whether not to tell you, because he knows there will be consequences. Imagine your child, he is suffering, or he is in a dilemma whether to spend more time considering the pressure he has pertaining to studies, or he spends more time with his friend. This indecisiveness, although these decisions to us, it might seem inconsequential, right? We know that, yes, we know what the right choice is. What is there to decide for a child? But for a child, for a kid, that's a mammoth, a humongous task. And what are we supposed to do? What do? We should now, as what role we play as a parent is, we should not be providing them with answers, right? We should not be shoving the solutions to them that, okay, I'm more experienced, this is the solution, this is the choice, go ahead with it. Rather than we should allow them to wrestle with the decision-making process and also to live with the consequences. You need to understand that the idea here is that you need not get every decision of your child right today. That's not the intent. The intent is that he is capable enough, he is independent enough to go into the future and make a decision for himself. You will not be there with him throughout his life to make decisions. So that's what we should intend for. So that brings me to the third aspect of this, basically the whole recipe of mentoring, and that's emotional intelligence. Now, when I talk about this topic, let me share an example, which is a real life example. I have an 8-year daughter named Amira, and I wanted her to learn swimming really bad. I just wanted her to learn swimming at any cost. I took her to a swimming pool. While her lessons were going on, she underwent a situation where she felt that she was drowning, almost drowning. And the coach was there, he held her and took her aside. But she was so traumatized by that experience that she told me that, Abbu, I'm never going to take another swimming lesson in my life. Now, as a parent, what should we do? What I did, of course, it's a mistake. I motivated her to power through that situation, forget everything, ignore everything, and just move ahead. You can overcome that situation. But is that the right approach? Do you understand the amount of stress the child goes through while he was experiencing that trauma, and even while you are asking him to forget that particular situation? It's really difficult for a child. He is in a stressful situation, and all the advice that he gets is just forget and move on. That's not what we are supposed to do. So what we should be doing here? The thumb rule is to rewind and remember rather than just fast forwarding. Talk to your child. Talk to her what went wrong, what did she feel, how she felt like. Develop her emotional intelligence so that she can feel what exactly happened and she is prepared for situations like this that will come in future. So the rule is to rewind, remember, discuss with your child rather than just pushing them through and asking them to forget everything and move to the next step. This brings me to another very important, very critical aspect of mentoring, how we as parents can make that paradigm shift, that is fostering self-awareness. To explain this, again, I'll take a hypothetical example. So there was a daughter who was supposed to go for a sleepover with her friends. Now her father knew that she will feel homesick for sure during the night. Now there are two paths that the father can take. The first path is he speaks to her and tells her, "Beta, this is what is going to go wrong, and these are all the solutions for it," and he shoves down every solution down her throat. In this process, what he does is he loses her daughter's interest. Her daughter is annoyed. She is no longer paying attention to what the father is saying, and in the process, she is unprepared for a very potential issue or potential situation that can happen. Let's evaluate the second path. The second path is where the father tells her, just goes up to her and asks her, "What do you think? Will you be homesick while you are going for the sleepover?" The daughter answers that, "I don't know, maybe." The father takes a step back. After a couple of minutes, he approaches the kid again and asks, "What do you think, if at all you feel homesick, how will you handle it? How do you think you will manage that particular situation?" He again gets a very indecisive answer. The daughter says, "Okay, maybe I haven't thought about it." This is again a point where he can start shoving down solutions down her throat, but instead of that, he takes a step back. After some time, what it does is the daughter, while preparing for the sleepover, she's thinking over it, that yes, this is a possibility. What would I do? And then what will happen because of this change is that she might find a solution for herself, or she might come and approach you that, "Yes, Daddy, how do I resolve this?" Now what has happened is you have a window. You have a window of opportunity where you can advise, where you can impart your wisdom on your child. And the biggest difference is this time she's attentive. She's listening to you. She is receptive. And that's the kind of shift that we should be making. Now, another last recipe, last ingredient in the whole recipe that I would like to discuss is, which actually binds this entire thing together. And that is morality. Of course, your child needs to have emotional intelligence. Of course, he needs to know what decisions have to be made, what are right decisions, what are wrong decisions. But what is more important than making a right decision is making the right choice given the situation. The child needs to know that it's wrong to run over a red light, but at the same time, the child also needs to know that it's okay to run over a red light when it's an ambulance or someone's life is at danger. That is what morality does. That's morality binds the entire mentoring exercise. No matter how good the ingredients are, it will not be complete unless and until there is a flavor of morality. Now, as any recipe in the world, you take any cuisine, there is one ingredient. If it is not present, that will make the food inedible. You will never enjoy that food. Yes, that ingredient is salt. Do you know what is a salt in the whole recipe of mentoring? That salt is time. The only difference is salt you cannot put too much, and time you cannot put enough. No matter how much time you're investing in your child today, I can assure you, you need more. Time is something which will basically is the underlying principle, the basis of every mentoring activity. If you cannot spend time with your kids, no matter how good the ingredients are, your dish at the end will never taste good. Now, after the entire talk, I believe there's one question that needs to be answered, which probably has crossed everyone's mind, that why do we need this shift? Why do we really need this? So at least I can speak for myself. When I was growing up as a kid, my parents never had a mentoring approach. It was purely disciplinary approach. And we turned out to be fairly well, right? We are standing here. So it's an established approach. So why do we even get into this situation? Why do we invest so much time? The answer is your legacy. This is your legacy. This is what you leave behind. This is what your generations after you will remember. The way the disciplinary approach has been passed down since generation to us, this is what will break the barrier, and this is what you will be remembered forever. To sum up my presentation, how mentoring works is you need to spend time, not just your kids' growth, but your personal growth, empower your child, and that builds your legacy. The last note that I want to leave you with is, Mentoring is not about perfection. It is never about perfection. Mentoring is essentially about creating an environment wherein your child can grow, wherein your child can thrive. It's about empowering children to be independent, more compassionate individuals who can go into the future with a lot of confidence rather than self-doubt. Thank you. That's my time.
Thank you for such an informative talk, sir. May we now request Dr. Amrita Vora ma'am to please felicitate him.
Thank you, ma'am. Next up, we have Manali Alhat. Cheerful and effervescent, she is a confident 9th grader who excels in academics. With a spiritual family background, she embodies high values, compassion, and unconditional love for all. She's an art enthusiast who passed her elementary exam, a passionate basketball player, and a Kathak dancer who cleared her Madhyama Pratham exam. As a natural leader and proud cat mom, she has a passion for solving mysteries and dreams of traveling the world to make it better for people and animals. She's here to challenge and change the way we view education. And now, without further ado, let's welcome Manali Alhat, who will illuminate this topic like never before.
Topper of the class. It's a title that many admire, but let me share with you a side that most people don't see. From the outside, it looked magnificent. Captivating report cards, shining medals, and teachers who trust you to even collect everyone's notebook. I embraced the identity completely until one day I saw that those sleepless nights, constant cramming, and the fear of what others will say if I scored anything less than I did before is just not worth it. Hi, my name is Manali Alhat, and I want to explore how we can reimagine student evaluation, making schools launchpad for creativity, curiosity, and courage. The motivation behind my academic success became clear. Marks. It was not even hard to pretend like I was smart. I just had to be good at memorizing, because the intention of learning was left behind before I even knew it. For instance, one of my friends is an incredible actress. I'm not kidding when I say I get literal goosebumps watching her perform. But just because she doesn't always get the top grades, people tend to label her as unintelligent. Marks and grades are not just numbers or letters, they are family intervention topics. A few years back, I used to get frequent migraines. I thought that the reason was bright lights. But after a visit to the pediatrician, the true reason was unveiled. Stress. This made me realize the amount of pressure that I had taken upon myself to leave no room for mistakes, making sure I didn't tarnish my perfect. The school system varies greatly around the world. Each country has its unique take on teaching and learning. We could reimagine our systems to work better for us. In maths, we have learned a topic called as differentiation. I'm still questioning about the point of learning it and where it's used in real life. That's why I held a survey of students my age asking them the question, do you know why you are learning what you are learning? As you can see, almost 80% of the results showed no. In case you're wondering, the application of differentiation are to measure growth rates of diseases. The true purpose of education was left far behind, and the focus shifted towards learning something just to pass an exam and then forgetting about it. Which leads me to the most asked question in class. Will this be on the test? If tests didn't even exist, would children sit there being curious about what's being taught, where they can raise their hands without the fear of being wrong,
And instead of anticipating passing or failing, learn to embrace learning as a process. Now here's the thing. The Finland's education system actually does something like this. They have ditched the constant standardized test in favor of individualized learning. Instead of endless exams, they focus on continuous assessments like projects, presentations, and group work. More like what a future career of a child will look like. And guess what? Finland happens to be one of the best education systems in the entire world. In a system like this, the letter F won't stand for failure, but rather find another answer. In physics, I'm sure we have all learned that a sharpened knife focuses all of its force onto a tiny point, increasing the pressure to cut through anything. Our life works the same way. When we focus all of our energy on just one tiny thing, like grades, the pressure becomes unbearable. During exam seasons, I found a girl in about 2nd grade crying in the hallways. Just like anyone would, I went to her and I asked her why she was crying. She said that she was scared for her exam. Unlike a knife, we're not built to handle that kind of strain and often break down just like this. According to India Today, over the span of 10 years, the student suicide rates have increased by 64%. The rise in student suicide can be attributed to a mix of factors including poor emotional regulation, academic pressure, and competitive environments. That's not just a statistic, that's a crisis. As the burdens of study pile up, we need to unburden ourselves from time to time. Access to counselors helping us to deal with pressure gracefully can really help. In K-12 classes, which are classes from kindergarten to 12th grade, UNESCO has introduced social emotional learning or SEL programs. They help individuals to handle stress, anxiety, and conflict while improving achievement test scores and overall well-being. They have proven to cause a 10% decrease in emotional distress as well as an 11% increase in test scores and well-being. If India wants to harness the potential of its large youthful population, then integrating SEL into schools could be a huge game changer. In chemistry, we were learning to solve numericals involving chemical equations. Few of us grasped the concept very quickly, while me and some of my friends took more time, feeling really stupid. I can only imagine how a child with learning disabilities could crumble under these setups. When education is meant to nurture individuality, it's ironic that the criteria for choosing a school often boils down to its academic record or proximity to home. While these factors may seem practical, they often overshadow the true essence of education, meeting a child's unique needs and aspirations. Today, there are various schooling approaches available to cater to different types of students, from traditional gurukuls that focus on values, life skills, and one-on-one mentoring, to modern Montessori and Waldorf schools that emphasize on creativity and experimental learning. The choices are diverse. Alternative schools such as Reggio Emilia focus on exploration, while democratic schools often put autonomy over their education. Homeschooling too provides a flexible and a customizable option for families who are seeking a more tailored educational experience. Did you know that many successful people have actually been self-taught, including entrepreneurs, musicians, or even scientists? Open schooling provides the perfect ground for this choice as well. When we tailor a system to fit the student, rather than forcing students to conform to rigid standards, we create a system in which every child has the opportunity to thrive. One of my friend's brother was really passionate about sports, but unfortunately he was forced to pursue his career as an engineer. This led to him being very distant and ignorant towards everyone. Imagine asking a fish to climb a tree or a cat to bark like a dog. Sounds ridiculous, right? But this is exactly what happens when we compare kids or force them into someone else's idea of success. A fish is happiest swimming, and a cat is happiest purring, just like every child is their happiest, excelling in what they're naturally good at. Let us be our awesome, unique selves. Okay, now how many of you have heard of careers like pet psychologists, fillet artist, or even food stylist? Could you raise your hand? Okay, not many of you. Schools can be the hub to introduce kids to a wide range of careers. This could open various doors and give creative minds a pathway that suits their potential. How cool would it be if schools introduced passion periods? A dedicated time in which students could dive into whatever interests them, be it robotics, art, cooking, gardening, or even something super practical like learning how to manage your loans or how to apply for taxes. Imagine competitions in which students can showcase their newfound talents, like Shark Tank for entrepreneurs, MasterChef for student chefs, or Gardening Olympics for green thumbs. Let's be real. 5 years after school, both toppers and non-toppers alike will be scratching our head, wondering why no one taught us these important real-life skills. Passion periods could be a game changer that we're all waiting for. Schools, students, and teachers, we all play an important role in shaping a child's learning journey. It's not just the system that needs a shake-up. It's how we, as a society, define and pursue the idea of success. Imagine a world where students aren't afraid to fail, where they can express themselves freely without judgment. Let's make learning more fun and creative by letting kids take charge, set goals, teach each other, or even do class projects. Because when learning becomes a journey, not a race, we're not just unlocking a child's potential, but we're actually redefining the future for all of us. Thank you.
Thank you so much for sharing such an insightful perspective, Manali. Now we request Dr. Amrita Vora to felicitate her.
Following her is Sara Kulkarni, a passionate 11th grader who finds joy in weaving words into poetry and engaging in dynamic debates that challenge perspectives. An avid literature and art enthusiast, Sara believes in the transformative power of creative expression and critical thinking. A devoted bibliophile and animal lover, she finds inspiration in the world around her, whether through the pages of a novel or the companionship of animals. She loves expressing her creativity through art and baking, finding both to be delightful and therapeutic outlets. Let's welcome her to the stage to share her valuable insights.
I'm someone who enjoys spending time alone, reading or watching movies, but I'm not a big fan of loneliness, which can often creep in, ruining my alone time. Hi everyone, my name is Sara Kulkarni and I'm a grade 11 student. And something I feel like we all know far too well is that we as people need comfort, being social beings. Yet in today's society, we are more disconnected than ever and loneliness has become a sort of epidemic. And it has devastating consequences. I think COVID-19 is an example in everyone's life on how deeply loneliness can impact each and every one of us. 1 in 5 people suffer from mental health disorders, and according to the World Health Organization, 1 in 4 older individuals and 5 to 15% of adolescents suffer from loneliness. While in comparison to that, 1 in 10 people have diabetes and 40.5% of individuals develop cancer. All of these diseases extremely serious, but often most people with these wide-scale diseases get medical treatment, whereas most people with mental health disorders don't even acknowledge, let alone take steps for their own mental well-being. The physical healthcare sector has seen a plethora of technological advancements, especially in recent years, such as artificial pancreas systems for diabetes, which integrate technology into providing patients with insulin, which is a really cool and revolutionary invention. But the thing is, mental health care has lagged behind in this technological revolution. Emotional support animals are often prescribed to those who struggle with immense mental health challenges. But is it always feasible to own an emotional support animal? Have any of the kids here asked their parents for a pet? Only to be met with them saying that pets are too much work and require a lot of responsibility. You barely keep your room clean, who's going to take care of the pet? So if this is an issue, then is it wise for individuals who are struggling with immense mental health challenges to be advised to be given the added responsibility for taking care of an animal? Moreover, emotional support animals might not be the right fit for everyone due to maintenance costs, limited time for care, and busy work schedules. This can lead to an unhealthy environment for both the owners and the pets, leading to the potential neglect of the pets. I believe technology is transformation, and transformation is technology. So how can technology help us in this aspect? Well, unlike humans and animals, robots are always available, dependable, and non-judgmental. It's this reliability is what makes them ideal companions when it comes to combating loneliness and supporting mental health. Robots can be there for you, whenever and wherever. I mean, as long as they're charged. That's why I propose emotional support robots. Accessible, dependable, and tireless companions. So emotion and robots seems a little juxtaposed, doesn't it? But bear with me. Imagine carrying around a portable robot that's always there for you. These robots could be designed through collaboration between psychologists and computer scientists, ensuring that their functionality aligns with human emotional needs. You may not always have a friend, but you can always have technology. These emotional support robots could be especially useful for young children. Not only will they be able to grow up with immediate access to mental health care, but they can also aid with parenting. Because in today's fast-paced world, let's be honest, who really has a bunch of time for parenting? I mean, 67% of households worldwide have dual working parents. Moreover, a lot of children nowadays don't even have siblings, which can lead to excessive loneliness. And even if we don't think of it as a big deal, it has a great impact on a child's mental health. 8% of children and 15% of adolescents struggle with mental health issues. With these statistics undergoing staggering increase year by year, this makes us think, what are we doing wrong? Moreover, stress has become an especially emerging issue, especially in recent years, since children have so much on their plate and so many expectations. Emotional support robots can also aid children in communicating and expressing their emotions better. Not only will this be able to enhance their linguistics, but it can also teach children that it's okay to feel emotions and to share them. In fact, emotional support robots can also aid children in preserving their favorite moments, using photos and videos. This allows the children a chance to hold on tight to their favorite childhood memories, because life is like a river, and the same water truly never flows through it again. So I know a good idea recognizes its holes, and one common concern that can pop up is whether robots can truly connect with humans, given that they lack emotions. However, why do we consider this as a bad thing? A human offers advice based on empathy and learnings from the past, which can sometimes lead to unintended biases or even subjectivity. Imagine this scenario. You get a bad grade on a test, and you're really disappointed. So you confide in one of your friends, but they often get pressured to get good grades by their parents. It may not be the healthiest for you to take advice from them. Robots, on the other hand, provide guidance rooted into the knowledge coded into them by trained professionals. This ensures that their advice is objective, consistent, and tailored to the user's specific needs. Basically, you'll never get bad advice. Additionally, I think many kids will find it really cool to have a robot as their best friend. Robots by design offer non-judgmental and error-free support, a quality that could revolutionize mental health care. And don't worry, these robots won't suddenly decide to take over the world. They're more supportive friend than evil genius. Emotional support robots are not a replacement, they're not an alternative they're not a replacement for parents, emotional support animals, or therapists. They're simply an alternative for those who do think they need one. The physical healthcare sector has so many different alternatives and options when it comes to treatment. And it's time for the mental healthcare sector to catch up with the help of technology. We all know that life can sometimes feel like you're trying to navigate a ship through a raging storm. Humongous waves crashing right back into you just when you feel like you're safe. But emotional support robots can act like a sort of lighthouse, guiding you to comfort and stability, ensuring that you always have an anchor, keeping you grounded even when you feel like you're going to be taken by the storm. Technology and psychology are two disciplines that are thought to rarely intersect, but they actually complement each other really well. And if we were to bridge these two diverse subjects, we could come up with something truly extraordinary. And this is why emotional support robots could help so many people. As said by Cynthia Brazel, a robotic scientist, robotics isn't about creating machines that can serve us. It's about creating machines that can be our partners. And I know another reason why a lot of people neglect their mental health is because they find it intimidating or daunting. Often they don't know what to do or where to start. It's pretty straightforward when you go to the physician with an issue. You tell them the problem, they take a few blood tests, and they give you medicine. However, mental health care is not that straight of a today. People often think that you can only improve your mental health with expensive therapy sessions or pages and pages of journaling that make your hand cramp up. But there can be another way to not only make mental health care more accessible, but also less scary. Pepper is an example of a robot that's currently used in the medical sector to actually help people with their mental health. Pepper is employed at hospitals like Cedars-Sinai Medical Center in Los Angeles. Pepper entertains and interacts with patients, reducing stress for children undergoing treatment. The Pepper robot can recognize human emotions and detect human faces, allowing it to provide emotional relief and support. Another example of a robot that is currently used in the medical sector is Moxie, who uses storytelling, conversation, and activities to help children with autism spectrum disorders and other conditions improve their emotional understanding and communication. Mental health care is emotional support robots could be the future of mental health care. The potential of the future of mental health care has the potential of literally being in our pockets, ready to support us whenever we need it the most. They could transform how we address mental health care in the 21st century. Emotional support robots can be the torchbearers leading us in a new age of technology and mental health. Thank you.
Thank you for such a perceptive take, Sarah. May we now request Amrita Vora ma'am to please felicitate her.
Our next speaker is Devansh Deshpande, a bright and keen 9-year-old and a grade 4 student with a deep love for space and an ambitious dream to explore beyond our planet. His creativity shines through his Lego creations and his love for fiction, especially the Harry Potter series. His passion is evident in his beautiful drawings of landscapes, along with his other efforts to make the earth greener and cleaner. Gifted with an amazing imagination, he enjoys writing stories and bringing them to life with his unique style. His articulate nature helps him connect deeply with those around him. and his unwavering love for his family drives him to make them proud. Prepare to be inspired as we welcome the incredible Devansh to the stage.
Hello everyone, how are you doing today? Have you ever wondered how the weather can totally change our mood? Let me explain how. Imagine a scorching hot day. We feel miserable and irritated, almost like we're melting. Now, picture a freezing cold day. We struggle to stay warm and may even become sick. And when it rains too heavily, well, we all know the chaos as water floods the city and makes life really challenging. But lately though, don't you think the weather has been all over the place? Super unpredictable, right? Here's the thing. These crazy weather patterns didn't just happen overnight. Humans have played a major role in the process of global warming and climate change. Believe it or not, the past 10 years have been the warmest on record. I am Devansh Deshpande from class 4J, Elpro International School, Pune. And today, let me tell you how we can help reduce our carbon footprint in industries through CEFR, which stands for Carbon Emitting Facility Replacement. What exactly is CEFR and how did I come up with this idea? I'm sure you must have many more questions, so let's dive in. One day, I was chilling out and watching videos online, just like we all do. Suddenly, I came across a very interesting video. In that video, there was a robot called STC, which stands for Space Trash Collector. It was collecting space debris from around the moon. But then I thought, on Earth, we have so much trash and pollution, and that one robot won't be enough. So I started brainstorming and came up with a brilliant plan. CEFR. CEFR will help us tackle pollution and make the Earth a cleaner place. On the left side, the Earth is shown in distress, signaling what will happen without CEFR. Meanwhile, on the right side, the Earth is shown with greenery, happiness, and life, highlighting what will happen with CEFR. So, CEFR is a revolutionary process that utilizes waste materials and turns them into something new through recycling. This initiative not only reduces waste but also significantly cuts down on ground pollution, benefiting our planet. CEFR focuses on renewable energy to manufacture objects, just like factories do. But here's the cool part. We can follow the process of the 3 R's: reuse, remake, and restore. First, reuse. CEFR is dedicated to transforming waste into valuable items. For instance, an old plastic bottle can be turned into a pot or even a sturdy bench in a park. This helps to cut down on waste and create a cleaner, greener future for all of us. Next, remake. CEFR can transform trash is collected, cleaned, and turned into brand new products. CEFR can transform an old toy into a new toy or anything else. As you can see here, this is a photo of me when I was 4 years old. I made a cloud-shaped pencil holder out of cardboard. Of course, with the help of my mommy, who's sitting right over there. Hi, mommy. So, this is the best example to show how we can make the best out of waste. This mindset started early in my life, and I continued to find ways to make the Earth a cleaner planet. Next, finally, restore. CEFR helps restore our planet by using renewable energy and reducing waste, creating a cleaner, greener Earth without producing carbon dioxide. It fights global warming and climate change, setting an example for how we can save our only planet. Now, let's think about the future. What if factories became as smart as the gadgets we use daily? Predicting, improving, and transforming the way we produce everything. In factories, robotic arms, claw machines, pick and place items, conveyor belts move objects, and crushers break down waste. But these machines uh, often use fossil fuels, which isn't great for our planet. So, how can we make them greener? First, we can switch to renewable energy like solar and wind power. Imagine entire factories powered by wind farms. Additionally, carbon capture and storage technology traps minimal emissions underground, trapping carbon dioxide underground. So, then we can use smart tech like energy efficient motors to save energy and reduce waste. Now, let's think about this. How can we make this happen? Investment in technology. AI technology makes everything run smoothly. It fixes problems before they happen, making sure machines work all the time. AI helps to save energy like by turning off lights when they're not needed. AI controls robotic arms that builds things and checks if everything is perfect. Policy support. The government needs to adapt to the net zero mission policy as agreed by the Paris Agreement and help the factories to achieve the goal. Community involvement. All of us can help in recycling waste so it can be reused by SEFR instead of dumping them in the ocean. Now, let's think about this. How will this limit carbon dioxide emissions? To limit carbon dioxide emissions, SEFR employs several effective strategies. By using renewable energy, the need for fossil fuels is eliminated. Imagine entire factories powered by wind farms. Additionally, carbon capture storage technology traps minimal waste underground, trapping CO2 underground. Sustainable practices are embedded in every step of the process, from waste collection to product manufacturing using eco-friendly methods like organic materials. SEFR aims for net zero emissions by replacing traditional factories with green technology that doesn't produce CO2. It turns trash into valuable products, contributing to a circular economy. This not only reduces waste but also adds value, ensuring a cleaner and greener future for all of us. So, together we can make a huge difference with SEFR. With the power of AI and our amazing ideas, we can make factories that doesn't produce CO2 and reduce waste, creating a cleaner, greener planet for all of us. Imagine a happier, healthier earth because of the choices we make. Let's all join forces and make the earth smile. Imagine machines with human touch that not only reduce waste but also and build things but also care about the environment and help it. That's the magic of SEFR, the one and only carbon emitting facility replacement. It's our weapon against global warming and climate change. So, are you ready to take the first step with me? Let's make it happen together. Thank you.
That talk has surely left everyone thinking. Thank you so much, Devansh. May we now request Amrita ma'am to felicitate him.
It's hard to believe we are reaching the end of this great event. We welcome our last speaker, Ruhi Arora, a vibrant 9-year-old who uses Legos and mechanics to bring her futuristic visions to life. Her boundless creativity and desire for exploration fuels her dream of building a career in a creative field and creating new innovations. Particularly fascinated by the transformation of apparel brought about by curious minds like her own, she believes that creativity and innovation are key to revolutionizing clothing and fashion, inspiring her to keep dreaming big and working towards her goals. Prepare for a quick change in perspective as we welcome Ruhi Arora on stage.
जंगल जंगल बात चली है पता चला है, जंगल जंगल बात चली है पता चला है, अरे चड्डी पहन के फूल खिला है, फूल खिला है, जंगल जंगल पता चला है, चड्डी पहन के फूल खिला है, जंगल जंगल पता चला है, चड्डी पहन के फूल खिला है. Okay, so you all must be thinking, is this a singing audition going on? So the answer is no. Hello friends, my name is Ruhi Arora, 9 years of age. One day, me and my friends were watching this song and I got surprised to see the clothes the boy was wearing. So I asked my mom and she told me the amazing story, transformation of clothes. It is a vast and a very interesting topic as we wear clothes to cover and adorn our body. The boy in the song is wearing a leaf as a cloth. Leaves were worn in the Stone Age and slowly the transformation of clothes began. Today we are going on a journey through time to discover the wonderful history of clothes. From bark to beasts. People use the bark of trees, leaves and animal skins for protection. They understood how to use what the nature provided them in the Stone Age. Slowly, humans learned about different natural materials. They used animal fur, wool and cotton. Cotton, we get it from plants. Wool, we get it from a sheep. Jute, we get it from plants too. And silk, we get it from silkworm cocoons. Another fascinating fact about silk is that it is referred to the queen of textiles. The piece of cloth was wrapped around men's waist, which is known as dhoti, and the same piece of cloth was wrapped around women's waist, plus pulled over their shoulder, which is known as sari. But there was a problem. The natural fibers were too costly that only kings and queens could afford it. Ideally, clothes became a sign of power and wealth. You know, like, it's so difficult. So, the need of an hour was that clothes should be for everyone. So our scientists, always known for man-made wonder, created new fabrics to get the best qualities of both cotton, nylon and polyester. They even blended fabrics to get the best qualities of cotton and polyester mix. The tiring job was that the too much tedious and time-consuming task of stitching getting done. We all must have heard of our famous Pashmina scarf known as the heritage workmanship of Kashmir. Idle time for our Pashmina scarf used to take 1 to 3 months for simple scarf, 3 to 6 months for basic design on it, and 1 to 2 years if you want it fully embroidered. This was a very tiring job to pursue. But we know, right? There's a will, there's a way. Another feather added to the man-made wonder by a man named Elias Howe, who invented the sewing machine on September 10, 1846, which changed the stitching world drastically. And also made the pashmina scarf to take days instead of months and years. Now, humans started using the sewing machine to prepare clothes for everyone. Some curious minds like us lead to add dynamics by adding color to it. Here, another man-made wonder took place, known as textile industry. Textile industry has a long and complex history that spans thousands of years. Development of textile industry introduced various tools, machines, and techniques which help to blend natural fiber to make man-made fabric. This is so great. Now, we have got textile industries. So clothes have become so important that clothes we wear reflects our personality. Let me make you all familiar with it. One day, in our Republic Day celebration, all our teachers wore beautiful saris and me and my classmates praised them all. But I noticed a thing, that the same 9-meter piece of cloth was wrapped in various ways. So I curiously asked my teacher that why is that so? So she humbly replied that it holds the culture or the religious significance that from which or from what place we belong. Saris hold a cultural significance which tell from which place do we belong through its different colors and patterns. Each fold tells a unique story. Another thing added to the clothes was the need of clothes or the dress of occasion, everyday wear. Comfortable and practical clothes are essential for our daily activities. They should be durable and easy to care for. Active wear. Active wear is designed to support the movement and keep you cool and comfortable during our workouts and outdoor activity. It's all about performance and functionally. Last, our functional wear, which is used in our family functions or any tradition festival of ours. Now clothes have become so useful that there's another huge impact. Clothes are made for hot or cold places. I'm a traveler by birth, as per me and my parents have traveled a lot during my 9 years of age. So, the clothes in my beautiful Peppa Kevin bag itself talk of where or which place am I going. I've traveled from places to Kashmir, from Kanyakumari. So, one day I was traveling to Tamil Nadu and my mother was packing all my cotton clothes only. I curiously asked her why. So she told me that cotton clothes help us to stay cool in our summer weathers. So I asked her one more thing. When we are going to cold places like Shimla, we pack woolen clothes, right Mama? So she said, perfectly right Ruhi, well done. So clothes have become so enabled that there is weather adaptive. No matter what the climate is, clothes keep us comfortable. Lastly, the future of our clothes. Stitch freestyle or self-stitching fabric. Imagine a fabric that stitches itself. No more needles or threads, just a revolutionary item that stitches itself seamlessly. It opens the endless possibilities of the garment world. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ruhi. Your talk was truly alluring. May we now request Dr. Amrita Vora to please felicitate her. Thank you, ma'am.
With this, we come to the end of our event. Once again, we would like to thank the entire Skillsphere team who have trained and groomed the speakers. May I now request Amrita ma'am to felicitate the Skillsphere team, including Miss Sanjana, Miss Manisha, Mr. Raj and Miss Prachi. Thank you, ma'am. Next, we would like to invite the press members, Misha Santani, Parthi Chedda, Sarvagya Mishra, Janvi and Sahana Gargya, along with the organizing committee members, Ananya Ghosal, Ashita Pansare, Dhairya Wankhede, Ikanshi Adya, Rudraksh Mishra, Meher Flora, Levon, Ritika Kothari, Rashi Bharade and Shaurya Thite to be felicitated. Next, we would like to invite the press members, Misha Santani, Parthi Chedda, Sarvagya Mishra, Janvi and Sahana Garge.
And now we have our anchors for the day. Huge round of applause. We have Janisha, Rohan, Suhani, Atreya, and Shreya. Congratulations, all of you.
Thank you, ma'am. Once again, we thank the audience for attending the 5th edition of the TEDxELPRO International School. We hope to have ignited a thirst for knowledge and a will to overcome our own obstacles, no matter how dire the circumstance. So, let's rethink the way we view challenges. Let's reimagine the way we interact with the world. And most importantly, let's transform the way we live, think, and act, and what we make of our time. And time is of the essence. It is the small challenges that pave the path to greatness. So make that schedule, that timetable. Be resilient, focused, diligent, and success will follow.
Our technical team has prepared a short BTS video to show you how it all came together. This will be followed by Sugandha ma'am delivering the vote of thanks. May we now request the technical team to play the video.
एंड बड़ा अच्छा लग रहा है, बहुत एक्साइटेड हूँ कि आज मैं यहाँ पर हूँ और कल हमारा टॉक होने वाला है. इट्स अ वंडरफुल एक्सपीरियंस एंड बाकी कल स्पीच पर जब वीडियो आएगा तब पता चलेगा हाउ इट गोस.
We are at TEDxELPRO International School.
And it's going great so far.
I've honed my speaking skills a lot. Yeah, I did too. And we have developed our topic so much from here.
Let me talk about my topic. My topic is the future of exams, on how AI is going to dominate a world where students have to rely on rote memorization.
And my topic is about a world without borders where we're all united as one humanity. And don't forget mine. Mine is about how we can reduce trash and we can help save the earth from global warming and climate change. It's called Carbon Emitting Facility Replacement, CEFR for short.
Everything that our school did to organize such a great event is just amazing. I used to actually be a little scared of speaking in the public, but now I'm pretty confident and I'm super duper excited for tomorrow.
The whole process and experience has been really nerve-wracking and exciting, and I think the best part about working with SkillSphere team was not only did you get professional feedback, but you were able to do a lot of peer feedback and assessment. That was really helpful.
Overall, the whole experience was so good. We got to do so many different things throughout all these days, and it was like an experience to learn so many new things. And most importantly, we got to miss school today, which was much more fun than anything.
I'm actually just thoroughly impressed with the way the kids have gone about their talks. It's one thing to speak well in public, but for me, one of the best things here is the fact that, they've come up with great content. TEDx is all about ideas worth spreading. So for children of this age to come up with these ideas and talk about how they can be spread is something that I'm very happy to see. The level of the content that they have come up with is very, very positive, and I'm sure that we'll have a great TED Talk tomorrow.
Fabulous opportunity to spread what we have to share with the world. I think the arrangements are fabulous. It's so inspiring to see how the children are preparing for an exposure like this one.
I'm extremely grateful to ELPRO International Schools for arranging such a nice event and giving us an opportunity to speak at this platform. It is really an opportunity of a lifetime.
ELPRO International School is doing a fair amount of good work in the line of skill development, harnessing individuality. We have to understand the diverse skills that students are endowed with. TED speakers who have been invited from diverse walks of life. So I've just heard a magician talk and a Vastu expert talk, and I'm an economist and an author. So congratulations, ELPRO International School.
This is one of the manifested thing which I have manifested last year actually, and I'm here today. The excitement is still I'm in a rush. Everything up till now is going bang on time, and that's the beauty of it, and I hope we rock it tomorrow.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I am under strict instructions by my deputy to not talk for more than 2 minutes. Strict instructions, so I'll really keep it short. But what a day. I was just thinking if TEDxELPRO International School was an episode on Netflix, it sure would be that can't even skip the intro kind of an episode. or would rather go back and see a pre-cap kind of an episode. But absolutely delighted to conclude the 5th edition of TEDxELPRO International School. Trivia time. We are the only school in Pune who have managed to deliver a TEDx consistently for 5 years. So I say that with a lot of pride because it's not easy. So people apply for the license, they get it, then they cannot do it the next time for whatever reason. But we've managed to consistently do it for 5 years. And I have a lot of people to thank for that. But like I said, I have to keep it short. So I'll like to thank first all the speakers, the guest speakers, the student speakers, for being here with us, for sharing your insights. Thank you to the parents of the student speakers, because without your support, this would not have been possible, because it is you who actually, collaborated with us in ensuring that children deliver a fantastic talk here. Thank you to the SkillSphere team. Again, like I say, it's really not possible. And trust me, these kids have a mind of their own, right? So you really cannot tell them what to speak and what to not speak. They have logic questions, Mikin, which we fail to answer at times. But so thank you to the SkillSphere team. Thank you to all the student organizing committee, anchors, the press team. Thank you, Ritu, for Natasha, Dipti, Pranjal, Mayuri, Urmila, Yajur, Shreyas, Mandar, Kunal, Gauri, everybody in the team who have worked very hard for this event to take place. Urmila is still taking stories over there. Please don't upload that one. This event was being streamed live on YouTube. So make sure you want to share it with everybody. Please do that, because as per TEDx guidelines, we'll have to remove it by 12 midnight today. And then, of course, we'll be uploading all the talks on the TEDx channel. I'd also like to take a moment to thank the entire academic leadership. Thank you for your consistent support always. Thank you to the AV team and all those maestros sitting behind, Pratik, Jitu, Abhi, Fayaz, Pravinda, all of you. Thank you so much. Trust me, the amount of work that goes behind, I'm exceeding 2 minutes, I know, give me +2 more. But it's just, heartfelt gratitude, because honestly, these are the people who are behind the stage, right? And they hardly get any recognition for the fact that stage pe nahi aate hai na, to shayad pata nahi chalta. But these are the people who really ensure that this event happens. So a huge thank you to all of you. To my partner in events, who is constantly there with me at every step of everything that we do. We just recently concluded Sahitya, which was a mega event, and again TEDx. So thank you, Siddharth. It's your support that allows all of this to happen. Really grateful for that. And right behind Siddharth, I see another face who is extremely important for my being and for my peace of mind also, because then I don't have to do the bad work. She does it for me. So, I just have to tell Pallavi ma'am that, please, ye kar do. And she's like, main karwati hu abhi. So, thank you, Pallavi. I mean, again, a huge support system for me. And, of course, all's well that ends well. And behind every ending that's well, there is somebody who saw that vision. And there is somebody who instilled in us that fire to really go for it, and that's Dr. Amrita Vora, our Director Principal. Thank you, Amrita ma'am, 5th year in a row. Hip hip. Hip hip. Hip hip. Thank you so much, everybody. Until we meet again next time with more ideas worth spreading, this is Sugandha, the convener of TEDxELPRO International School, signing off. Have a great evening, all of you.